It's okay running across the. Especially. A retreat. Oh my God, what was that? Budget retreat. Oh my goodness.
He's just in the back.
Were there with this? No, but I went rainbow shooting second. I'm with you there, Terry.
Right, John. Yeah, it's okay, so this is just a workshop, so I can informally call it to order, but take it away.
It was posted as a meeting.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I will officially call this budget retreat meeting to order. We need a roll call probably.
Councilors Kroger. Here. Grambling.
Here.
Lakin. Here. Skylar.
Here.
Scoville. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here.
Welcome again. Thanks for taking a Saturday to go over the budget. It's everyone's favorite topic and favorite thing to do on a Saturday. It is appreciated. It's really important stuff. This PowerPoint for a lot of y'all is going to be the same as it ever was. So bear with me as I go through some of this fundamental stuff before we turn it over to the AM. The first slide is an overview of the agenda. We'll review the goals of the retreat. We'll have the budget adoption process, generally speaking. And then we want to provide some time for you all to kind of a roundtable for everyone to speak up about items of projects, whatever it is that you'd like to see discussed today or at some point during the budget process so that we can either, again, talk about it today or circle around at some point if we need to do some research or some thinking through on whatever the project or the item is. And then Pam will run us through the draft 2025 fiscal year budget. We'll present pay movement recommendations for 2025. Shane will join us from Iowa. He's at a wedding today. He's joining us on Zoom to present the patrol vehicle request and the great work that he's done doing research on electric vehicles in other communities and kind of the prospect there. And then we'll talk about the Home Trust of Ridgway County's funding request for 2025 and some other elements of affordable housing. We'd love to talk about the various boards and commissions that we have, just go over a few updates there. We'll do a lunch break. And then we get into some stuff that will require Joanne and Fagan, our engineer, to be here to help talk through, figure some stuff out. It's a wastewater treatment plant update, an intersection control assessment tool that CDOT performed or used to perform an analysis here this last summer. We'll do a reminder presentation about the Growing Water Smart Action Plan and give an update on where we're at in that whole program. And then we'll get into the CIP discussion, which is like always everyone's favorite part. There's a lot of cool projects to try to prioritize and sift through. And if there's time, we can talk about the strategic plan and start getting planning for 2025 strategic plan. Any questions on what we're doing here today? And that is a lot to cover in the time that we're allotted here until about 3 o'clock. And so I am going to do my darndest to kind of keep us on track. The agenda's timed and it's kind of a wild guess as to how long we should be spending on some of these items, but based on how it's timed out, I think we really should try to stick to that as much as possible. And if we do need to stick a pin in any of these items, we can certainly come back to it by way of a subsequent budget meeting. We could always set a special meeting if needed. I know that's not always desirable. There's ways to make sure we come back and touch on things. So the goals for today, you all are charged with providing direction for revising the budget if necessary, making requests for additional information, asking for analysis, laying out of options, stuff like that. Of course, direction for capital improvement projects, and then direction for the makeup of the 2025 strategic plan, and all of this is married together and goes hand in hand. I will not read this whole slide like I have before, but in the charter, it lays out the requirements for an annual budget to be developed and adopted. Very specific information in here on how, on what the budget needs to contain, how the town, by way of the elected board, needs to go about getting the budget in place. So fundamentally speaking, this is why we're here. But this is in the charter, not in the municipal code, but the charter. Timeline, we're here today, budget retreat. We have, and these are my words, I call it a council budget hearing at the next regular town council meeting. That's November 13th. That'll be another time for Pam and I to present the budget. We'll follow up on any council directions or requests for information that may come about today. You all can discuss whatever you see fit during that meeting. And then, of course, the public can comment on whatever they see fit related to the budget. November 21st, very similar. Maybe even a little more in depth on the 21st, because that's a budget workshop type setting. And that's where this year, with the new community grant program, we'll have the ad hoc review committee's recommendations for community grant program funding passed along to you all to review and okay, or ask questions about, modify as you see fit. But the hope is that we get some good representation of nonprofit organizations, businesses, community members to come up with some collective recommendations that everyone is like, cool, sounds good. And we're just on the heels of 2.25% target funding amount of 2024 general fund operating expenditures. So what did that, I haven't even done the math on that. Did it come out to like 92?
92, I think, so
that's the target that the committee will be working within. And December 11th is the culmination. That's when the budget, the CIP, strategic plan, and all the resolutions certifying the mill levy and beyond will all be adopted. That's the culmination of all the hard work. And so there's still a few more settings before we even get to that point. But any questions on the timeline?
Sorry, I don't understand. Sorry, I don't either.
A little bit on the budget approach. Again, this is the same as it ever was, but just really like to lay out, you know, from my standpoint in my role, how I always like to approach these budget adoption processes. And you know, Pam shares this. So number one, we want to balance core operation expenses with conservative revenue projections. Maybe sometimes a little too conservative, but you know, we've got to plan accordingly. Number two, ensure long-term fiscal stability. Number three, provide for the delivery of quality services and maintain that enhanced service delivery. And then number four, establish reserves necessary to meet known and unknown future obligations. I'm sure we'll cover this a few times, but you know, pretty proud of where we've come in the last few years in terms of reserves, and budget's certainly grown and being conservative. You've heard me mention having enough for a really rainy day. Well, that really did happen.
Literally.
And, we're trying to obviously sort through how that's going to impact the town's coffers. Now, the hope and the aim is that it won't impact it at a substantial type level, but we really don't know. But that rainy day did come, literally and figuratively. And so, you know, kudos to you all in the town for planning accordingly for that rainy day. And I think we're in a really healthy spot to be able to navigate that, even with the level of impact that it did have. This slide is a bit different than past years just because we don't have, I didn't want to, there's usually a little spreadsheet here that shows our operation reserves, not just that 3% emergency reserve that Tabor requires, But when you couple that with the additional fund balance, which is a really big amount, and then make that a percentage of the overall budget, it's been a pretty big number over the last, 4, 5, 7 years, what have you. It's always ranged from, I don't know, Pam, mid-60s to high 70s kind of deal, and really, really healthy. But again, we didn't have enough information and didn't want to throw anything in there because it was going to change significantly through the month of November. But the aim is to always have that table required emergency reserve set aside and called out in the budget. And then again, when you couple that with the additional fund balance, really healthy spot. So that's the bulk of what I'm, laying out and introducing here. It'll be Pam's show later when she goes over the budget, but this is that time for you all to call out and make sure that we touch on anything that you want us to touch on today. And we can tell you, oh yeah, that's slated to happen later, or, we'll make a note and we can try to fit it in later, or again, talk about it at a subsequent meeting or something. So there's no right way to this, but I just want to make sure everyone feels heard and has, ideas, concerns, what have you. This is the time.
This is super small, but I want to say what I'm thinking of it. And I talked to you last summer about this, Preston, but like the fee schedule for using the pavilion over at the athletic park, because it's $50 a time to use it, which is why nobody's ever used it. And so if that could, I don't know if this is the time to do it, but it's a budget meeting. So we can just discuss maybe what the thought process was on that, and if we could change it to make it actually a town amenity that gets used by the user groups.
Make it more affordable.
Huh?
Make it more affordable.
Yeah, I mean, maybe do like a $50 down payment, that deposit you get back if you leave it clean as you found it or something. But when people are selling things for $1 and you have to pay $50 just to use it, that's why nobody's ever used it. We've talked to pickleball and soccer, and obviously I work on baseball. And nobody's ever used that thing because it's $50 a day to use it.
Good to know. I'd like to see it used more.
Right, and so like the whole idea with this concessions area that has never been used because of the fee that's associated.
I was wondering about that.
It's just a cool town amenity that would be better if it got used.
I'd love to, we talked a little bit about if we were to use the town right away lots, where is it, Elizabeth Street? Potentially exploring those as a site for housing, looking at budgeting for, I think the next step, was a survey. Before that, those could be considered for vacating and use as a town lot for building.
I want to talk about an open container zone. I know we kind of did that already, but I would like it to go from the old firehouse all the way to Kismet. I would like that, or maybe not even,
Well, we also the Decker.
yeah, Decker Realm, well, that like whole zone
Clinton Street from Lena to,
would be a good open container. And I know we spoke about what to do for cups, and I do think that a buy-in of however much, and you can walk around with your special cup and all of the places in there, the Boy Firehouse, Sherbino, 610, Kate's, and potentially even town events. You could have your special cup. They're all the same special cup, so it doesn't really matter what they end up. I think that is worth looking into. I know I brought this up on Wednesday, but I'd love to figure out a way to get smart sensors for
the water.
watering. I know we're gonna talk about water smart, the smart sensors. And then do we have a plan for the Bronze Park River corridor? I know in the past years we've dug out some of the debris that's come down. This year there's a lot of debris like everywhere else.
Since that was a question, every winter when the flows are lower, we get in there and pull out gravel and pull out, the debris. Not that long ago, big chunk of rock and gravel just slid down. So, every winter we get in there and pull that out. And then we have the river corridor assessment that DHM did on our behalf, and we worked with UWP on that, I don't know, 4 years ago, something like that. There's a lot of great recommendations, and great opportunities that are listed.
I'll just throw out the thing we touch on every year, which is, as town's growing and more people are moving here from places where they have more services and they can demand those same services here. We need to really keep focusing on making sure staff has enough staff, basically, that we have enough support staff, particularly for like Kristen and Pam, but for all the departments to be able to deal with the increased demand from residents. I know the stress level in town halls is pretty high, and we need to, it's our job to make sure that we get what they need.
Piggybacking that, based on the premise of the growth that the town is seeing, the need for services, you know, came up in the last council meeting. I think it's worth revisiting future mayoral and council stipends, since they haven't been increased in so many years, and yet inflation has been 8-9% for years, and that's down. But the value of money has certainly changed, and as it relates to attracting new potential council people. I agree with your previous observation, John. It shouldn't be about money. Back when I volunteered,
Like you said,
I had no idea. But yeah, it is like, I think, probably someone said at the meeting Wednesday, like, yeah, you don't want people to do it for the money, but also if you're someone who has an evening job, you have to like skip a shift of work to come here and do the meeting. You know, we need to be able to like, not have people losing money in order to volunteer their time basically to do a board. Council.
it looks like the stipend was raised in 2019
Yeah, because I think,
to 400 per month for the mayor and 250 per month for the council. Is that list? I just found this ordinance, but.
no, that was right, because it was raised right before I got on council, because I remembered.
I'm just wondering
About it.
if this is listed on the website.
Yeah.
On the website,
No, I
it's in the code.
It's codified.
And the planning commission.
Is that where you're finding it in the code?
I'm just finding, actually, I'm finding ordinance number 2019-01.
Okay, yeah,
And is that the planning?
so that's where it is, on the website, it's in the code.
I don't think it's in the code. I don't think the actual fees are codified in there.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I've never seen them in there, but you're looking at an ordinance.
Yeah.
2019.
I think it'd be worth
I'm sure
listening.
nothing's happened since then.
and maybe the action is just to have staff do a comparative study.
Yeah, sounds good. Anyone else? Anything?
It'd be neat to explore if there was any potential, I don't know, we talk about, rebuilding the water, hardening the water supply. And I don't know if, we're gonna be working on the head gate, and if there's any cost savings, or if there's any reasons to continue piece by piece, for that, maybe after the head gate's done, maybe we'll start exploring the piping and all of that. Just to keep forward momentum on all that. I know we're going to, but that would be nice to see.
Yeah, I've thought
Ahead of
that
the
too.
bus.
It sounds like there will be some piping in this rebuild, just because it's the only way to make sure we can deal with future events like this. But it would be nice to at least build in a plan to extend the piping as far as we can, as soon as we can. We're talking, I think, 36 inches.
Yeah, it's
It's a big deal.
but yeah, it is part of that study, not to prolong it, but with the $8 million price tag, part of that concept includes the first 1,200 linear feet of ditch being piped, which is a good chunk. I mean, well, you remember on the field trip from the actual head gate all the way down to that flume, past that really sketchy portion of road.
That's almost a quarter.
It's a good, so, yeah, cool. But there's a lot more, so yeah, phasing it and figure out how to pipe more.
I'd like to see it's probably in there already, but some stuff to fix some of our roads. Especially related to ramp project stuff.
Yes.
They've got,
Yeah, the
yeah,
satellite.
front of space to grade is one of the worst ones.
I hear about it.
On Amelia and Hyde is horrific. I never even go through that intersection anymore. It's, I bottom out if I'm not going through 2 miles an hour.
You probably noticed that pavement was cut to fix the alley by the church last fall, but we just didn't get it done.
Yeah, what happened there, I mean, we advertised that we were gonna fix it, and then, Randy cut it, and then swore that it got better after he had cut it. I don't really understand why. But, regardless, they got out there, realized it was gonna be a much bigger job than they anticipated, hauling out the asphalt, needing to dig it out, fix whatever is in that sewer trench, and then recompacting stuff. So we're gonna have to bid that out to, hopefully get like a Ridgway Valley or someone, or Haynes or someone to come in that, but those come with pretty big price tags, but, yeah, that one's the worst, and the one in front of Space to Create is the other one that we have our eye on. Just a lot of settling.
Who maintains the roads of Rupert Park? Is that a Rupert Park function of the town? Actually,
Those are dedicated roads, so.
Those are done.
one thing that I observed was there's a bunch of routes that are tar. In addition to that, there's a constant stream of dump trucks go through River Park and have a dump into that space. I mean, like a constant stream of heavy, fully converted.
You know what? They're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, they're right by my house, and I'm thinking, that's just gonna have to tear these roads up. It's been just a nonstop train of trucks going around. Not to mention the dirt that they kick up. Is it, they don't cover it.
They were supposed to move the piles that were there long way back. This dates back to Greg Clifton's time. In the original River Park construction, they got permission to excavate and crush gravel up in that outlet on top.
I don't know where it's coming from. I thought it was coming from the.
Well,
state.
my point is, they were supposed to clean that up and restore it, not add more to it. I don't think they're allowed to be adding more to it, so we need to.
They
Are you talking about the Ridgway Light Industrial?
No, the big outlot on top, the plateau above River
Yeah.
Park to the east, you see from the highway, the big
Build
giant
gravel.
piles.
So
No.
people are going out there and adding to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
every day there's a dump, 4 or 5 dump trucks a day are coming up there and dumping dirt in there.
That's probably coming from the industrial park project
Yeah.
that what they're doing there. And it's still, what's his name, Glenn Paul's property. But that shouldn't be happening.
The route they use is down Green Street and then they come up Marion Overlook. And they take a load, they return an empty truck, they take a load, they return an empty truck.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard about that before.
We've got people.
We've talked about this a couple of times. We've said exactly that. They're not supposed to be doing it, and then we've done it.
You're supposed to be
Is that
cleaned up.
memorialized somewhere?
Yes, I think it's in the minutes. We'd have to go back and look.
But yeah, that'd be helpful to know.
Okay, so there was that one. I know it was something that was talked about and looked at a while back, but with all this work that we're looking at doing for hardening our water supply coming into town, there had been talk about a hydroelectric plant. And I don't know whatever happened to that. No, Chase, when he was here.
The problem is it can't happen unless we pipe it.
Okay.
You can't build enough head to do hydro unless you have it coming through a pipe. That's the way I understand.
Yeah. And the flows, so yeah, it's on the CIP. But there's never enough head, because the flows are so variable to, you're talking about like micro hydro.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Joanne gets here this afternoon, we can talk through that, but yeah, if we pipe a good portion of the ditch and capture more than, 2.5 CFS pretty consistently, then I think there's some potential. I'm making up the amount, but
Sure, that's
But that is something that technologies are changing, and that might have been less possible in the past, but as people are looking at small scale electric generation, it's certainly something to keep our eye on if it's not possible currently. But as we.
There's
move ahead,
a
maybe.
micro hydro expert that's working, and I'm contracting through climate action, through Go Action. He does micro hydro around the state of Colorado, so we can tap in assessment.
And then lastly, would like to see an initiative to, something Ray looked at a few years ago, but when visitors come here, to make their experience better. So that once they're here, they know what's here, they know what's available, and there's facilities for them. You know, Ray went through this big thing and started to have public restrooms and there was signage and stuff, and trying to make sure that once they actually got there, they knew what was there, that things were there, that their stay was better, and that they weren't constantly trying to figure out the lay of the land. And I think something along those lines would be a good thing, which would also potentially help with our family businesses off on Clinton, some sort of additional signage to get people to not just blow through here on the way until you're right back.
I have a giant pie in the sky, probably not possible thought when it comes to that.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, but I think it's something, when we talk about our businesses and directing people towards Clinton Street, the fact that Clinton Street is not the highway is one of our biggest assets. It's just a matter of convincing people that they need to stop. And the chamber has kind of put a pause on all of our plans for doing a visitor center down at Heritage Park, possibly because they feel like it's far from everything. But there is a lot for sale that would make a really interesting parking, bus pickup, moving the Telluride pickup into town, small signage visitor center, and centralized parking for our Clinton Street area. Right there, and it's zoned as, what is it, business, it's the highway, whatever the highway support, like, Godstone services, thank you. Which a parking space would work in, and that would help us if we're working on regional transportation stuff to centralize that right near our Clinton Street core.
Which one are we talking?
The one that they've used for staging, the one right by JT.
Oh.
Place. Right there.
That's not actually, that's not.
Is it not?
Yeah, that's President Sally Courtney's lot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway.
service only goes to the alley.
Anyhow.
Still a possibility.
But it's just, it's something interesting to think about.
Talked to her on the phone last year, when someone was complaining about the state of vegetation on it, and asked her if she'd be willing to sell it to the town.
Yeah, she was.
And, she actually,
Investor.
she's very nice. And she's like, no, not right now, but I think she said something effective. Keep asking.
He knows how much it's worth. She's a Telluride realtor, so.
Well,
Yeah,
let's go send
I've
the
talked to
business
her about
owners
that.
to cry to her and tell her how she should sell it to town.
It would probably take some rezoning to use it that way. It's possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Anyway,
These bathrooms here in this park, is there a plan for those?
Yeah.
There's a line item.
Okay.
Excited about that.
Ooh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the CIP, as she said, and they're turning into your quintessential public restrooms that you find at a river bottom or somewhere else, and they're just constantly vandalized. It's really unfortunate. But beyond that, the wear and tear is
Vandalized, this isn't people stealing our toilet paper or actually feeding or.
no, I don't think graffiti's been an issue. It's smearing shit on walls, pulling out the toilets.
Literally.
literally, carrying the big part.
Flying toilets, but yeah.
And it's constant. It's constant. Kim has to go in there and clean, and Bobby's gotta go fix the toilet almost weekly.
Easy.
Are there more? Well, so are there design standards that are, was this built kind of in a semi-residentially way that isn't gonna hold up to general public use? Are there better design standards?
They're probably
or-
heavier duty fixtures, heavier duty steel toilet.
Yeah, that's why you find in your original public restrooms that you find, I always use river bottoms example, but that's where you find all the stainless steel stuff.
Right.
And it's
Like a Ridgway reservoir is all stainless steel stuff.
Do we have the same problem with the bathrooms in the athletic park?
No, because they're not as high profile. I mean, there have been some issues. I think they would know what they're gonna be, but,
And those are
The
largely,
other day, someone stuck a fork in one of the locks and broke it off in there. We get quite a bit of vandalism.
and it's usually teenagers. It's hearsay, but it's gotta be a teen.
usually is.
Seems like they come against you.
So yes, there's a plan for the restrooms. Sorry for that.
Awesome. No, I remember talking with Stephen about it. So I knew I had heard it, but.
Anything else? Covered a lot of stuff.
Yes, I mean, this is good stuff, and just to elaborate, this is stuff that we can circle around on. I said that already, but that eventually we'll need to decide if it should make its way into the strategic plan. And be a work plan item for staff over the course of the next year. Good stuff.
I guess the last thing, just, I've mentioned this to Preston a couple of times, but just again, it has to do with the downtown street scape, the curb gutter and sidewalk. There's just a proliferation of weeds coming up through the cracks. And we need to figure out a plan for public works to be able to stay on top of that and keep everything looking sharp, including, more pruning of the street trees and just general kind of landscape maintenance stuff. I think it's probably in the plan somewhere, but just want to highlight it again.
The pump itself, for me, I've heard some complaints from the public regarding tree encroachment on the sidewalks, not just in the downtown area, but throughout town where you can't really use the sidewalk because there's tree growth.
Branches too low or something, I think
Yeah.
typically it's usually just pruning up the branches. Trees are also new ways downtown that over the years you need to prune up the lower ones so that you can walk under it. Because it's not necessarily the tree.
One right over here by my house, that vacant lot on the corner, and right at the end of it, as you get to the next house, you have to basically walk out the street almost to talk to trees around it.
I'm curious, is the trunk of the tree itself on private property or public?
Trunk is one problem.
Yeah, I think those are interesting issues because again, pruning up the branches, the lower branches would solve the problem. We gotta get the private property owner to agree to that. Right. Usually possible. I think they tend to understand the issue.
Yeah, when we get those, like complaints like that sometimes, and we just, it's been 100% where we call the property owner and say, hey, do you mind trimming up your tree or whatever it is? And they say, oh yeah, sorry about that. Trim it up with a week or something. What lot are you talking?
Right here on the corner,
Just down
just as you're
through.
going up Lena, and you
Lena,
get to Johnson's house right next to the middle, and right before Johnson's fence is this tree that's
Oh. Okay. But yeah, that's just a matter, if you see it, let us know, we can help, make contact with the property owner, make that request.
Now, I remember about a year ago, I talked to you about the weeds on that one. I saw that the town actually went out and cleaned weeds.
Yeah, because that's Glen Paul. You're talking about the berm, right? That berm landscaped area, on the north side of Otto, right?
No, I think he's talking about private property.
I'm right here in Charles and Lena.
Yeah,
Is it vacant or is
the
that,
vacant lot,
is
Well,
that
there's
just
the
the parking?
mobile home
section?
yeah.
that faces the church.
Right.
I don't know if they own all the way to the sidewalk.
They own all the way to the side.
Okay, so in that area, I had talked to you about a year ago.
Right.
About getting the homeowner to clean that up. The next thing anyway, I saw town people out there. cleaning
Yeah, I
up.
just, I
Isn't
think
that
it's
Robin's
on the
house?
sidewalk,
Yeah.
Bobby was in the area.
So that's Robin's house, yeah.
Grab up the vegetation there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the weeds haven't been that bad this year, but that tree.
I don't know why I can't picture the tree, but I'll go look at
It's right at the Johnson's fence.
it. Right.
Yeah, when you look at Google Maps, the tree is like going out over the street.
Of course, there never used to be a sidewalk there.
Right.
Right,
That's starting from.
yeah. Wasn't what he was trying to stick to the sidewalk.
Right.
I don't know.
Thanks, good discussion.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, one more thing I just thought of. Is there any appetite for like a paved sidewalk on the way to the school, the elementary school specific?
We talked about that in the past. And it's just a long way up there.
That's a long way. I get it.
From where to where?
I'm like,
Like on Clinton?
Yeah, like on, sorry, I wish I knew the road names better. Yeah, on Clinton.
I think we talked about needing to prioritize Amelia Street improvements before making that connection. Because actual movement of kids right at the school is perhaps needs to be done before we think about getting them to that point. And then Clinton Street, that move would kind of say you were prioritizing kids in historic residential versus
All the kids.
all of them.
Yeah, in a way, the way that staircase comes up from really to the school, roughly at Charles. One of the things that was.
Well, they relocated that stairwell when they did the remodel 2 years ago.
Right,
yeah, it's lined up with Charles.
It's lined up.
yeah, I'm just thinking out loud, but the CDOT actually has a Safe Routes to School grant, that has paid for a lot of the sidewalks on that end of
That's
town.
cool.
And, it usually has to do with sidewalk from us, you got right away to a school, but we might be able to get them
Well, but
to pay for some of
if
this.
it's, that would, continue the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And that might actually
I think you
be,
could rationalize it.
you could rationalize extending the one that does run along the old schoolhouse building towards the school.
Mhm.
But if we remember when Joanne did the whole study of Amelia, there were all sorts of questions about how that right of way was and how we were gonna manage the hill and drainage, and that was a fairly substantial.
That was an expensive sidewalk.
And a lot of fussing about.
Well, and,
Yeah.
well, I actually had, I think it's, we have to remember though, some people don't like when things change, but we also see change, and I have spoken to some newer residents who live in the La Ranch area, and they are like, it's really dusty. Like, this does have impacts, and we know there are downsides to dust, and so,
Absolutely. That's the discussion we've always had.
so.
Yeah, just curious to see if there's any appetite for it, because, small people getting into schools. I'm happy with prioritizing and whatever way we see fit, but
Well, and I think it's also part of prioritizing walking and biking. As I drove here.
What else?
We're on for our agenda time.
Are we,
10 minutes behind our agenda.
where it failed, we should just leave. All right, next.
Josie, you said we.
Yeah, exactly. I like it.
Pam, I think, you are up.
The budget for 2025 is in front of you. Really quick, I'm gonna go through the budget document. Just- I'll say it on Josie out so she understands it, because I think the rest of you might have caught this over time. I'm so used to it, I forget that people get confused by it. The budget itself is broken down into different funds. We have 3 funds. We have the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund, and they're called standalone funds. So everything that goes into them and comes out of them is not intermingled with other funds. So the budget's broken down that way. And we have within our budget, the general fund, the water fund, sewer fund, and a general improvement district. That general improvement district is over in Ridgway, USA. I don't know if they call that area anymore, but when they first paved over there in Palomino, when
Hunter Parkway.
yeah, right, Hunter
And
Park,
Red Cliffs.
right, because no, none of that was over there at the time. They approved this general improvement district and it got done, and then the money's just been sitting there ever since. And so we've been using it for improvements over there and when things need to be taken care of, so it just kind of limps along. And then behind that are capital project sheets where we take items that have come out of CIP that are going to be worked on, and those sheets actually lay out the cost for the project. So the budget right now includes the audited numbers for 2023. The numbers as of August 15th of this year, and estimates for end of year, and not all numbers for the end of the year are there, but most of them. Some of them I leave out because I want to get a better idea as we get closer. When I budget for the budget process, I get really, really close to actuals. I don't just take a number and throw a percentage at it. I look at every single expenditure and revenue and try to project from there.
Yes.
So that's why I have assumptions, how these numbers all put in for the estimated year end. There's a little bit of 2025 thrown in there only because as I was doing 2024, I was just carrying things over and placing those in because they're pretty standard. They might be telephone or IT or computers. This, I'm just going to do a general and then we'll go over each item. This year's sales tax, which is the bulk of our revenues in the general fund, when I projected it out to the end of the year, is going to come in higher than the 2023 actual, but I don't know that for sure yet. What I did want to note about sales tax, because there's been a lot of discussion about local businesses, is that our sales tax isn't all predicated on local businesses. Actually, a lot of it comes from out of the state, and it's coming through where we actually have what's called a nexus with the state of Colorado that makes sure that we're receiving all sales tax for everything that's sold out of the area and comes into town.
So that's big purchasing.
Or anything that's delivered in town is taxable. So when you look at that number, you can't, right. So when you look at that number, you can't really base it on local sales, other than marijuana sales, which for us is a significant amount of money. So over the last, well, not including 2024, but from 2021 to 2023, we've had a loss in revenue of $200,000 from marijuana. And I believe that's because when we first allowed the sale of marijuana, there was not a lot of jurisdictions that were allowing it. And we took in a lot of sales tax money. And over time, other jurisdictions have noted that that's happening in other places, and they have taken that to their voters, and they've passed their own legislation and are allowing it. So we're not getting the kind of traffic that we were going to get in our town. But I just wanted to point that out because that's significant. And there's
So 200,000 loss, how much do we get?
In twenty twenty-three, the total amount that we received was $434,536. And that is our local sales tax and the state tax. The state shares 15% of the 10% that they collect on sales tax.
And that's just for the dispensaries,
Excuse me,
just for the dispensaries,
the 4 dispensaries.
just the marijuana portion of our sales.
Right, but in twenty twenty-one, that number was 633,000.
We're also in pandemic.
Yes, but this year numbers are not going up. Oh, you mean why it was higher? No,
He's like,
actually,
you misunderstood. me."
no, thanks for saying that. No, it's actually, no, it was strong, it was stronger than that. It from inception to up until twenty twenty-two, we were climbing. Yeah.
Okay.
In the budget document itself, the budget falls within the general fund. Starts with our revenues, and our revenues are placed into different categories such as taxes that we receive, intergovernmental funds we receive, license permits and fees that come from local users, along with fines and forfeitures, which for us is just our court fines, which all gets processed through the Erie County Court. We actually have a court clerk that we pay for her services up there. We have reimbursable fees that we take in from our users and are also given back out in our expenditures. And then we have miscellaneous fees. That makes up our general fund revenues. General fund itself is broken down again by administrative services. That includes council initiatives, which is, if you're following it, is on page 4. Goes into streets and maintenance, parks, law enforcement, and then our total of our general fund, which is our revenues minus our expenditures, minus any transfers to capital projects, bringing us to our ending fund balance. This year's 2025 budget, there's a few items that we are proposing to include in personnel. And they will all affect the general fund. One is the additional hiring of an additional public works employee, which is greatly needed. Public works takes the brunt of everything, and especially with the new projects that we're gonna be having this summer. It's huge, what they carry. We have 2 people retiring in administrative services, the building inspector and one of the admin people in my department, Karen. And then we are looking at making the community initiatives facilitator position full-time. Right now, it's part-time. So those will be included in the 2025 personnel numbers.
What was that position?
The community initiatives facilitator is Kara.
Yeah.
We're taking it from, well, it's not fully part-time, it's 3/4 time to full-time. But that position already receives benefits, so it won't affect benefits. Yeah.
Okay, good, yeah.
And that public works employees probably will be split across general and one of the other funds.
Okay.
Revenues. Everything right now looks really strong. As you know, I always budget conservatively with revenues. Just because we never know what's gonna happen with our economy and what kind of downturns we may have. We decided to be really conservative with sales tax this year, even though we knew where it was coming in 2023. Just again, because we don't ever know what's gonna happen with the overall state of the economy, and we are gonna come in higher. Because we didn't have any downturns this year. Again, doesn't mean we won't have one this year. 2025.
So Pam, on the actual sales tax versus the budgeted, over the last 3 years, the delta between the budget and the actual average is about 36% higher. So you are
Correct.
pretty conservative.
But
We've
that's,
also been
that's,
anticipating, I think the last 2 years in particular, when like there were some signs that the economy might change, and we've been pretty cognizant of that possibility.
so sales tax is the bulk of our revenues. This year, we had implementation of a change in the lodging tax, so I added a line item. Lodging tax used to come into one line item on page 1, it's 407 GOO. And that money would come in and get distributed from there to marketing. There's a line item in the expenditures for that. And the rest was remaining in the general fund. Now that money's coming in and is being split between the original lodging tax line item and a newly created line item that addresses exactly what it will go for affordable housing. This year, that number's off because we had the election, held in 2023, wasn't implemented for 3 months into 2024, but next year those numbers will be split 50-50. The 407 GOO will go to marketing and the 407-1 GOO will go to affordable housing fund. We have a line item for the distribution of both of those within the expenditures. The only other thing within the general fund revenues that also go directly in and come back out again are the refuse collection fees. Those are never accurate from expenditure to revenues because we're always 1 month behind when we're paying and receiving. But that's another line item that goes directly in and out. Everything has remained status quo. Mineral lease and severance taxes is a real shot in the dark because we never know if we're going to receive anything from those. This year, because based on last year, I went half of what we had received the prior year, and it's coming in a little bit over. A number of the items in here within the general fund itself and also on the revenue page under the road and bridge apportionment are items that are going to come out of the MOU that you're going to approve with Ridgway County. So those numbers are unknown until we get to that part of the process. Our reimbursable fees, we collect fees to reimburse for costs that the towns incurred, and that those all fall within there. The mosquito control reimbursement is something that's also in the MOU with Ridgway County. The items that we pay out to Ridgway County are all contained within the law enforcement expenditures, and we'll see that when we get there. The other thing that's extremely high this year is interest income. Again, shot in the dark what's going to happen there. I won't be putting a number in anything close to where it looks like it's going to come out. I budgeted 35,000 this year and it came out, it looks like it's going to come out if it remains the same, almost $250,000. And that's just in the general fund.
What about interest on?
All of our holding accounts. So we have, good question. I wouldn't even know off the top of my head how much we have in holding accounts, but general fund probably has close to 3 million, and water fund probably less than that. Water fund's probably like 850. Sewer fund's probably like 1 million. Are there any questions on revenues? Anything that's jumping out at anyone? Is there anything anyone doesn't understand by the language because it can be a little confusing. Our fees are pretty standard. We haven't increased our rates on our fees for quite a while.
Sorry if I didn't hear you say it, but why are you doubling the short-term rental license item?
Just because licenses are biannual,
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
so not everything comes up the same.
Thanks. And then we don't have any, they're all taken out as of now? STR?
No, there's some available. I think there's maybe 6 available right now. Do you know that for sure?
Seems high, but there's a couple, I think. We can check.
For
Yeah, I
sure,
think there's-
we're all.
I know there's at least 4, if not 6.
It's been super variable for a while. It was all 50, come back down. That was 50, now back.
And we do, I don't know how we enforce it, but we do say that if you're not actually using it, you have to give it back or something like that.
No,
No,
we don't say that.
no, wow.
Yeah, I think the county does
You
that.
can't-
The county, you have to rent it out at least 30 days or something.
You can't sell it with a property though. You
Right.
can't transfer it
It's
to
not
another person,
transferred.
so you can't buy it and
I
hold on
talked,
to it.
talked to someone about making it so that you couldn't just buy it, sit on it, not actually use it, but.
But I guess it doesn't,
Remember we did that with marijuana once.
we did do that.
So we had some.
It's not worth wasting
Not-
time.
One revenue item that I brought up in council meetings a while back, because I'm familiar with the utility franchise tax revenue. You've got it projected at 53,000 for the end of 2024. It was budgeted 60. Just a note on that, with beneficial electrification happening through SMPA, SMPA revenues are going up, income, which means our utility franchise tax will be going up over time as people buy EVs and start using more electric appliances. One thing I'd throw out for consideration is similar to what other local municipalities do, because I'm familiar with it. They earmark the use of that money for a particular purpose. Right now, ours just goes into the general fund without any particular earmark as to how it's used. Mountain Village and Telluride use theirs for sustainability measures and for renewables, rebates and things like that. It's just a food for thought. Is that one, it's going to be going up in the future. And 2, you could look at earmarking, whether it's for affordable housing, whatever pet project that we focus. Something to consider. But like I said, right now, it's just an input revenue on the general fund.
Are there any questions on the revenues?
Going back to something I was talking about, the river corridor maintenance and gravel. Oh, I'm ahead. Never mind. Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
In this minute.
So right now, of course, we don't have our ending fund balance, which will be affected by all the revenue and expenditures, but we have a good idea looking at this where we are. Nothing is that is in the CIP is included in this, but what is included in this document are the 2 working documents that were in the packet. One is the line item locations of revenues and the other is line item locations of expenditures. This is a working document that I use, and I give it to you because it's helpful for you to also see what's embedded in the budget. These are all based on the meetings that Preston and I held with staff. And they're all items that we feel need to be in the budget so that we can operate on a daily basis. And so these items also are set by general fund, water fund, and sewer fund. There's not anything big in the revenue portion of this document for general fund that there is when we get to water and sewer. Expenditures on the general fund start out with the administrative services, which it also includes council initiatives. These items are everything that happens at the administrative level, town hall, council commissions, our views committee. You have an affordable housing line item that was placed in there a few years ago. That's on page 3. I did include in the packet a full accounting of affordable housing fees and waivers that I compiled through August 28th. That's included in your packet. I don't know if you want to address that now, but just overall, there's a spreadsheet on the front that shows the expenditures that we have allocated over the years from the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund. And the total to year to date is $683,000. That is, of course, not included in the budget because it was part of, it was, some of these costs were taken in to the budget. Some of these costs were waivers. And of course, these costs do not include any staff time towards the projects. The community and economic development portion of the general fund on page 3 is something that I've been adding to over time because I want the public to see what the town is doing over and above keeping the town going from an administrative level. So there's some items in there that are things that go back to the community. Tourism promotion, that's the allocation from the lodging tax. Region 10, that's our annual membership. We have a community outreach line item that includes the ads that go in monthly in the newspaper. There are the things out of there, but that's a big chunk of that. The Fuse Committee and Economic Development line item. There's our affordable housing, events and festivals, grants that we pass through to other agencies, our regional transportation service program, and the electrical vehicle charging station that's out in Hartwell Park. Any questions on the administrative services?
No, but you just reminded me of something when you said events and festivals. I would love to see us really make a plan for making town events in park lower zero waste. Going back to working with Eco Action Partners on recycling and composting and all of that. But one of the things, if we have a really good plan, we could ask that other organizations who use our park also adopt a low waste plan as part of using the park. So I'm sorry, just remind me.
I think that's a really good
No,
idea.
it's something I've, prioritized for a long time, and it's been a challenge, but I need to keep it as priority.
Curious, what happened with the EV charging station? Why is it double? Or wait, no,
Or is it double?
yeah,
Because we've had repairs
I just wanted to know.
and it's getting used more.
I love.
Dave Jones mentioned that they're deteriorating. They might need to be replaced. They're not charging as well or something. Has he talked to you about it? Dave Jones?
Yeah, we've ordered new candles and stuff.
Pluggy bit.
The connector.
Plug-in thing. I mean, the equipment that's there is really outdated and not really supported that well anymore by the company that provided, I can't remember the company's name, but we probably need to think about soon
Replacing them.
upgrading that equipment. But yeah, there's definitely some regulars who love those chargers.
Yeah, just rock, which is good. Rock contribute to that.
No.
Do we have any rules or suggestions about like, you plug it in, when your car's charged, you leave? Cause I've definitely seen a lot of vehicles who are there, like, they park them in the morning.
Tesla has that built into their charging. If you fully charged and you're sitting there, they start charging you sitting there essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is cool.
That's when these the level 3 chargers, not just.
Yeah.
I don't know how we do that with ours, but we should at least put up some signage that says, please move on once you're done charging.
There's a company called Charging Points that they use, I think, at the school chargers, and SMK uses it too now, where it's no longer free. You have to have a charging on the card, pay. So we could, if we have to update the equipment, convert it over to like pay for use. Use the money to upgrade the equipment and then get rid of it. You know,
How many free charging stations are there these days?
not many. I think the school's gone to a pay for program, and SMPA they were free for a while, and I think they switched over. I think, I'm not sure. We may
Because I've never seen free outside of Ridgway.
well, so maybe it's worth taking the budget, upgrading the equipment, and then making it pay for use.
If you go to pay for use, do you just buy into some system or do we get to set the rate? I mean, how does that work?
We're gonna have to buy a new system. I don't know for sure.
I'm not sure. if we
Because
can-
I would be- Cause I would be down if it was like kind of subsidized, but then you had the ability to be like, hey, you gotta go,
Yeah.
let's charge. But anyway,
Like subsidized up until the battery hits 100% and then it like doubles in price when you're just sitting there.
Sure, you bet. Software.
Yeah.
Just-
anyway,
So something I wanted to touch on the community and economic development was the events and festivals. So it was mentioned earlier about staffing and where we are now. Staff size definitely has not grown to keep up with the community and the demands that we've had. We have a lot of failing infrastructure. We have a lot of people moving into the community who, for lack of a better way of saying it, think that things should be the way where they came from.
Right.
And a lot of requests for, things that take time from staff, a lot more police calls, a lot more requests for services in administration, a lot of questions, a lot more public requests, and requests for documents. Within the events and festival line item, I'm including a increase in the concert series this year, because it's gonna be 5 Thursdays in July.
I don't know if I can survive.
I love that 5 Thursdays.
What I would like to do is to not do the Love Your Valley Fest. This year, we netted $3,900.
It's like the kickoff to summer.
Right, so we can have that discussion, but it's a lot of work on staff. It's a lot of work on me.
Yeah.
And I'm already in the process of doing other things that time of year. This year, we $3,900 netting after we pay overtime to staff, because everyone other than me has to get paid overtime. It's just a lot. And so it's not that it's making a difference helping the concert series at that amount. So, the planning is big, and without a organization agreeing to give us lodging, the event cannot happen at all. Because the whole point of it is that we offer lodging to the brewers and offer them the ability to stay here for the weekend. So my question to you is, how important is this to you? Do you view this as a social event? Do you think it's something we need to keep carrying forward, I just would really like to hear your input on it.
I'd like to throw out that interestingly, I had lunch last week with a new employee of Colorado West Land Trust, Julia Jacobson, and told her about how Love Your Valley was originally a Black Canyon Land Trust event. And she was fascinated to hear that. She's brand new, and she was interested in maybe getting to be involved. Maybe we could meet with them. Have them help.
I love it because it's very different than the music festivals, you know, I mean,
It's very local.
yeah, it's very local. It's not like people from other places.
And it is, they kick off to the summer. Well, I just thought that would be something we could explore, see if they would be
Them or
willing. Yeah,
any other partners
Or, yeah.
that wanted to.
Make it a more.
Yeah, try to take some of the
community
weight off of her.
right.
So there's organizations that making $3,900 and having more volunteer time versus paid staff time would be interested in making money,
Yeah,
especially if
sure.
you could share contacts that you've developed, Pam.
Outside of the question of Love Your Valley, could we budget for, not staff time, but paid third-party contractors to assist you in these things, so that it's not such a burden on your time and
Totally.
Well,
Tim's time?
we could, but where's that money coming from?
Yeah,
Everything
it's-
else would.
Well, that's.
Well,
that's
take
the
the
reason
thirty,
talking
take
about budget.
3,900 that we paid. You know, I mean, pay 3,900 to someone else to run it, so it's not like an event we do to make money, but it is an event we do to be a hyper local community event.
Because of the tentacles of it coming to town. Money that's spent.
But I like John's idea there to check with some of our community partners. Might be interested in
Partnering.
partnering with us on that.
I think I'm hearing that there's definitely consensus that we'd like to keep doing it. Let's explore.
It's gonna stay in-house then, because it's not something I can hand off. It's like, I know all the brewers, I contact all the brewers, and to get the lodging, I have to offer a concert series sponsorship, so. It's fine. It's fine.
Well,
We'll just
let's
continue to do it.
explore other ways that other organizations could contribute or supply volunteers or.
Yeah, but I can get volunteers to work with front, you know, the handing out the wristbands and things like that. There's
Well,
not.
I mean, what I'm hearing from you is that it's hard on staff. Like I know Public Works is always both with this and the concert series doing a lot of work ahead of time, setting up
And
the
afterwards,
perimeters and cleaning up afterwards and all that. And I think we can find some organizations can help people to do that, or some of that. I think it's worth exploring.
okay,
Outside funding sources are not a bad idea. I think having community partners involved is pretty actively good for this.
Yeah.
great. Okay, so that's why that line item is higher this year, is because we've got the 4 concerts in there. I mean, that's got 5 concerts in there.
It's gonna be quite a July.
Yeah.
Happens about every 3 or 4 years.
Love it.
The next,
And Pam, just another, your time, your extra time is not reimbursable because you're non-exempt, or is that the reason? You're not-
Reimbursable.
You're not, or
Like,
exempt.
why don't you-
Overtime. You're right.
oh,
Adjustment.
correct. Yeah, I'm considered a non-exempt employee, Preston, Shane, because we're all management.
Is there,
Oh,
a
I
way-
think our planner now is non-exempt.
is there a way for us to budget some additional compensation?
It's not the compensation for the day, it's just the staff time.
The
It's
work.
fine, Terry. It's fine, thank you.
Well, Pam, I think one of the other things that I'm hearing right now is that you have made a lot of connections and you've developed a lot when it comes to the concert series in Love Your Valley. You're saying it's not something you can pass off. However, along with all of your other tasks, I think it is important to consider whether handing it off does make sense along with all your other roles. And maybe it's not exactly the same, or maybe it doesn't run as smoothly, which is why if it was actually a community partners event, it was, you know, the land trust event or something else, it's not reflective on town. It's us trying to sustainably continue a tradition. And that might be uncomfortable, but something we need to consider.
At least the conversation of post Pam.
yeah, if somebody wants to take it on, I mean, there's costs involved, it's, yeah.
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 At some point, it's gonna have over here, budget talks.
No, I meant
No, I'm-
for an organization to take it.
Yeah.
There's costs.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so streets and maintenance. This, includes everything to do with, streets, street lights, sidewalk lights, ramp area, and, it's really not gonna see any changes unless, some things come out of the capital improvement project. The next is parks facilities. Again, this includes all 6 of our parks, taking care of the Riverwalk area. And the main thing that's happening in here this year is we're increasing the arborist services for the trees in Hartwell Park. They need some more care, some more cabling. And, other than this, it probably won't be affected again unless there's a capital improvement project. As I told you earlier, there will be a new public works employee that will probably be budgeted within here and shared within one of the water or sewer funds.
I know last year we talked about playground equipment for Hartwell. Is that reflected in capital somewhere, or is that here?
It's in the capital improvement.
Okay.
None of those are contained within.
Okay.
What is contained in here is that document I told you that.
Yep,
that has, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Line item locations of expenditures. Those are already contained in this budget. Law enforcement, I think you all know we now have five officers. So that's where our increase was in 2024. The dispatch services is actually going to go down a little bit. That's something we don't really have any control over. We do participate in that board and we do have a voice at the table, but those costs really are what they are set by the dispatch organization itself. Yeah. The next line item under dispatch services is multi-jurisdictional program participation. Those are the expenditures that come out of the MOU with Erie County. Again, there are some CIP items that may affect this part of the general fund. And we don't have any ending fund balance idea at this point. But the way that we're going to end the year, we're going to look very healthy in the general fund. So when we go into, does anyone have any questions? I'm sorry, on the general fund. Holly, did you have a question about river restoration?
Yeah, I'm looking at the budget and there's $0 set aside for the gravel removal and river corridor maintenance.
For this year?
It's blank for this year, it's 0 for the last couple.
Last couple.
Oh,
765 POO.
so that is not for our staff to go in there.
Oh, cool.
That line item was created during the river restoration project. And I know we've been setting aside like $1,500 for somebody to go in there, but then our staff started doing that. And I think that's where we stopped carrying over that dollar amount.
And I feel good.
Yeah, those kind of costs they're just embedded in the document within staff's wages and equipment costs, equipment repairs, things like that. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions on that? On the general fund? Any of those departments? Okay. Water fund. Revenues of the water fund are pretty much in line where they have been. our increase in water service charges is just due to increased sales of taps and new homes that have been built and new projects and developments. This point, of course, I'm not really sure where we're gonna come in with the tap fees for the end of the year, but it doesn't look like we'll have any large sales of taps because we're not gonna have any development input this year into that. I had thought that Riverfront Village would purchase all their taps this year, and it doesn't look like they're going to do that.
No, Riverfront Village purchased all their taps. Which one?
Oh, excuse me. No, then it wasn't them. Something in there was,
Yes.
I'd have to go back and look at what that was. That's right, they did, they purchased their taps at, well, I can't remember what development it was that I got
Follow
that.
you're talking about Zach's.
What's Joe Nelson's project called?
Just a park.
Vista Park Common, is it that one?
No,
No, they're buying into them as they go.
they paid as well.
Oh, that's true, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about their connection fees. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that is. There's really no changes in the water fund as far as operational costs. We will get into the capital improvement plan though for water because water fund's gonna have some big hits next year.
Yeah.
Between the ductile iron replacement project and the headgate project. But those are both capital improvement sheets and they'll be laid out separately. And there may be some town contributions that will come out on that back page for the transfer of capital projects. Sewer fund. Again, our user fees have gone up a bit and oh, yeah, of course, the interest on both those are extremely higher than we budgeted because of the way that interest rates are. The overall budget for the sewer fund will remain the same. And again, we'll be talking about some capital improvement projects that may affect this fund. Then when we get into the back of the budget, we've got our sheets, our capital project sheets themselves. And the first one is the ramp project note account. That isn't anything that has any bearing on the discussions here today. Those are just numbers that we have to do based on our bonding that we have for the ramp project. And we have to figure out every year what we're going to transfer from our general fund to pay that bond amount that's required.
I'm sorry, I'm new. What's the ramp project?
So the ramp
The
project
downstream.
was when we paved Lena and Clinton. And we got a bond to do that. And the voters approved that bond. And the voters approved to tax themselves for it. And then council decided that, and I'm gonna say this wrong, John, because it's so convoluted. Council decided that they would contribute out of our capital project fund. How much, or a dollar amount?
It was 50 grand.
250,000,
It was
250.
anything, I thought it was 50 grand per year and anything above and beyond that, the bond would pay. And, or actually it was a percentage.
I don't know.
It's a-
Preston, I do this every year.
Jen Coates is the only person who I've ever heard a like, no offense to anybody else, but like a very concise.
Preston and I have figured it out. It's very convoluted, but what it has come down to is that it doesn't look like we'll ever charge the voters for that again, based on the way our budget is.
Because of increase in property values and things like that. It's.
Yeah.
It is the most complicated thing I have probably ever seen in my life.
Well, and it
Never.
Very governmental.
well, and to explain it a little
Jen's,
further,
but she is
when we did this project,
Yeah, I feel like I would get really excited about this spreadsheet. Like,
just so everybody knows, when we did this project, it was, CDOT, Rapid Acceleration and Maintenance Fund, that was what RAMP stood for. And it was basically came out of, someone at the state level figured out that CDOT was sitting on a big pot of money, just sitting on it. And they went, you can't just sit on this money, you gotta spend it. So they created this RAMP project fund. Because we were a creative district, we put in for it and we got it. But it was like $13 million total, of which we had to pay $2 million.
wow,
And the state, DOLA turned around and gave us $500,000 that we put into our public art and everything. So we had to come up with 1.5. And because of the controversy, a bunch of people, there were all these town meetings, you can imagine, where people were like, don't waive the streets and we're on the town. So the council, to try and assuage all that, said, well, we'll make a bond, but we will offset the bond by a contribution from the capital improvements fund. But the capital improvements fund has gone up so much in the interim that it basically allows, and there's been very little paid by the bond, which the public should be made aware of because they're getting a great deal, but it's still tax dollars that are paying it, so but that's why it's so.
Told the loudest proponent about that we are doing that, and she didn't care. So I don't think.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Anyway, that's the history of how.
I may need you to go for the spreadsheet.
Then next, she is the North Lena Street paving project. And this is contained in here because by law, there has to be 3 years worth of budgeting, and we did have expenditures in 2023. So that's why this is still here, but next year this will fall off the budget. There's our water line replacement on page 16. That is what we're calling ductile iron. And we had looked at that happening in 2024, and that's going to be carried over into 2025. But we do have their contractor lined up for that to begin work in the spring. That is being paid from loans, grants, and a small town contribution.
where's the water?
The water plant.
This is water plant.
That up Amelia Street. You know where the gate is at the end of Amelia Street as you're heading south?
Mhm.
If you went through that gate, you climb up a hill and the water plant's up on the top there.
It's funny, we live right there and I've never noticed it.
Oh, yeah,
You would never, if you did.
Just never thought about it, I guess.
yeah.
I'm like, wow, this street, I live on the top.
Well, in the old days, when there wasn't a lot of people in town, we all went up there all the time.
Sweet Nielsen used to own the property there, and he would scare people off. And they were walking through the property. You know about the ductile iron.
Yeah.
Thing, right?
Yeah, I just never knew where the water plant was.
Yeah. If you look from out here, as you're coming into town, you see the tanks up there.
The next capital project that we had this year was the parking lot in the athletic park. That was paid all from town contribution, and the final number for that was $127,666, and we had budgeted $100,000. And then we are adding on page 18, the Beaver Creek diversion project, which is going to be a big project. Right now, I just have some basic notes in there. We're looking right now at a loan from CWCB, which is a drawdown for $8 million. We're looking at disaster relief funds from the state, our emergency water protection program, which comes out of their natural resource conservation services. And we'll be putting numbers in there for next year. Are there any questions on anything in the budget? I know everybody needs to stand up and stretch because the budget.
Thank you.
No, it's good. This is like not a smart thing.
Did you? Okay. So again, these, the sheets that have the expenditures that are located in the budget. If you were looking through these sheets and it just helps you to understand, like, if you go to that, it's called line item locations of expenditures in 2025 fiscal year budget. Some items that were talked about today, I think are included in here. One of them was the discussion about repairing some of the roads. That's included in here. You can see the line item that's placed in. A number of the improvements that we're talking about for engineering, those are already all placed in here. There on that third page of that is there's an item that's yellow, that's the microgrid on the building on the Decker meeting room. Just because I don't know if that's gonna get carried over or not. And it's pretty basic things. A number of these are getting carried over from this year. There are items that didn't get done. Mostly things up at the water and sewer and over at the sewer plant. They're just getting carried over from 24 into 2025.
Did we plan, I know we said we were going to talk about during budget season, to buy into the program that the county and the city are using to monitor short-term rentals? Is that something we followed up on and got a number?
No.
This is a conversation to have here.
Because, yeah,
There's a
we-
desire.
I think that, yeah, I thought we left the conversation with, can you get a number on that? Because I think with some of the changes that are being contemplated, it's really important that the short-term rentals are adequately monitored to make sure that we're
Well,
only having.
do you want to explain why you haven't joined that or, I mean, basically, so everybody knows the county and the city of Ridgway have hired a company to monitor short-term rentals. Go out on the internet, figure out who's renting short-term on whatever platform. And help.
And just to be clear, I was part of that work to hire that company.
Okay,
We brought it here in a budget retreat 2 years ago. And council elected not to move forward with hiring. So.
with the input from Pam that she
Yeah,
felt like she
with-
had it under control, right?
We're so small that we know exactly who's licensed and exactly what's going on. And we don't have the numbers they have in Uray
Right, of course.
or throughout the whole of the county.
Right.
Of course, it's up to council, but
I guess-
we don't feel like we or anyway don't have a handle on what's going on.
So I guess the question then becomes, the county and the city through our coordinated affordable housing organization, what do we call that, but, the city and the county would like us to join the system for consistency. What are the pros and cons? Is it gonna cost a lot more than what we're spending now? I mean, I'm not sure what we're spending now to monitor our existing inventory of short-term rentals.
It's
House.
Right, so there is no,
there's no cost.
there's no,
I mean,
there's a staff time cost, but it's not.
It's
broken out.
embedded already
Yes,
into.
it's not broken out on one.
Right. We
So-
have a staff person who's dedicated to short-term rental licenses
Mhm.
and to the collection of short-term rental taxes.
I mean, I'm personally fine with just giving the county and the city the input that we feel like we're small enough that we've got a handle on it. We need to join that service, but if the rest of council feels differently, I know Jake feels strongly about it. I don't know what the downside is to not doing it, quite honestly. So,
Do we get reports? I mean, do we get reports that there's, I don't know if my neighbor has a license first, like, do we get calls like that?
Yeah, has there been any community complaint to let you know that there's a rental? No.
Is there any way that community members can know who has a license other than picking up the phone and
Oh, yeah.
saying, hey, does my neighbor have a,
License, like, is there a list online available, like, hey, these are the people who have Airbnb licenses? or-
No, we don't have that shoulder facing. I mean, that's something that we could, try to work
and I
on.
don't know if that feels weird privacy wise to people, like, I think those are some of the.
Yeah, I think that's a discussion we'd have to have with the attorney.
Yeah.
We have had public requests for information of people who have short-term rental licenses, and we've had that discussion with him of what we can disclose and what we can't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we can disclose locations. We'd have to talk to him.
So is there,
But if
like, is
somebody-
there a general vibe that there's a lot of illegal short-term rentals?
I think there are people who are concerned about it, like those members who maybe reached out and asked for a list. Cause there just isn't really a good way. And I think sometimes people don't wanna pick up the phone and make an individual complaint. They're just like, does this check out, sort of deal. And I think that's something, it's a weird gray area with the legal questions that I think that's one of the reasons that having monitoring software is nice, is now we're not functioning on that complaint basis, and people don't really know if they have basis for a complaint.
And
We've
It would take
we've
away
never
staff
received a
time.
complaint.
Cause people don't know if they should be complaining.
yeah,
Like,
Well, people complain about a lot.
I was gonna say, I don't think people have a problem.
Really not. Yeah, I guess my other question is, I don't know anything about the service that the county and the city are using. I'm guessing that it's not 100% perfect either.
No, it's definitely
Right.
not. Well, that's why I was hoping, when we talked about this before, I said, can we get a number so that when we come to this retreat, that we're actually comparing the fact that we are using staff time to do it. Is that a way that, without hiring a person, that we can take some of the load off of staff?
Yeah, so it's not just software, but it's like compliance checking and
Yeah.
stuff that this company does. And, I didn't feel like I got the direction to get a number.
I'm sorry.
If there's collective vibe here to do that, we can reach out to that company, understand what the services the county and the city are, where they're at exactly with the services, and get a number for that.
Cause I just think,
I think it'd be good sort of due diligence to prove to the city and the county that we have it under control, so to explore what that service would cost us if we went with them and compare it to what kind of, I'm sure you can get a rough number of what staff time is going into monitoring the licensing, and keeping everybody and just kind of compare apples to apples.
yeah, I think that would be really helpful. Cause I trust staff when you guys tell us that you can do it.
Yeah.
But I also hear that there's a lot happening in town. And so this might be a way, A, to work with our partner jurisdictions, and B, to offload some stuff from town staff in an efficient way.
Yeah.
But we can't make that determination unless we know how much it's gonna cost.
I like the idea of offloading things from staff, but that's really not something that needs to be offloaded from staff.
Yeah,
It's pretty straightforward.
We can get numbers, but
I think we just need to show that we're doing the due diligence to compare whether it makes sense for us. And
yeah, and
we can show the county and the city that it doesn't make sense for us.
yeah, the town has been doing the due diligence. We participated on that committee, Jake inquires about it, not all the time, but we try to give them updates and stuff. I don't want to make up numbers, but it depends on the services that we'd be asking for. I think the first step, I'd like to understand or get reminded what the county and the city are getting. But it's probably somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000
So
for everything.
that's a lot.
So it's the opportunity cost.
Yeah, totally.
Right, so, that's something that we have to weigh once we get all those figures.
So I just, you guys look into it and make sure that because I'm with you, I don't think we need that service based on our size and we're not URA. We don't have that long, multi-decade history of tourism that's created a huge market for, look at how many hotels they have alone, let alone short-term rentals. We're just not there. But we're also growing fast enough that it's going to be more and more likely that some things might be slipping through. So just find out how evil we are to Santa.
Yeah, we can get.
Great.
Quick, just update and then a question about the microgrid on the Decker roof. I got an update from because I know person looking to get access this week to the building. They expect to have the system installed probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Awesome.
Which means, and I have to fill out a quarterly report for the grant by end of month. And there's been no expenditures passed through, which means that the money that the town's agreeing to that's budgeted for 70,000 hasn't been spent yet. Once it's spent, then I can apply for $43,700 from the state to get a refund, which likely won't come in this fiscal year because the payment invoices due at the end of the year, so it'll be in the first quarter of next year. The remaining balance after that is then subject to a 30% federal incentive. So the net cost on that system is probably gonna be around $17,000, not the 70 that we budgeted.
Gotcha.
The revenues won't come in until next year. The reimbursements won't.
Makes sense.
So I don't know how that fits into revenue projections or how you treat that, Pam, if you treat it at all.
I'll add it in there. So 17,000 costs to the town and the rest is gonna be grants.
Right. So that will be the net,
And at what point are we gonna pay out the funds?
probably paying out this year, right?
No, there's no,
For the invoices.
haven't even heard from Josh, so, it's probably gonna be in 2020.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
If they invoice this year, I can apply for the funds at the end of the quarter and get the money that would come in. If they were to invoice.
Knowing Josh, I'd be surprised. No offense to him, but he's just always so. Can I ask what Lexipool is on the same page?
Yeah, Lexipool is the company that's helping write the policies and procedures for the police department.
Oh, okay, so don't.
It's a
Law enforcement.
manual that
Okay.
sets all their procedures. And that carry over from this year and didn't get done.
Gotcha. Okay,
So just looking at the time, we're at 10:47, unless there's any last minute questions here, I mean, we can continue, but just make sure you stay on track. Shane's gonna join at 11 a.m. The wedding to get to. So I call your attention to this slide. I'm not gonna read it, but it's the last few years, it's provided information from the most recent economic and revenue forecast from the state. And, you know, forecast being towards what the US economy and the state economy is trending towards. So always interesting information, and that's on the Colorado. These reports are available on the Colorado General Assembly website. For pay movement recommendations, worked with Lori Messer at Logic Compensation Group. She did the classification and compensation study back in 2021, I think it was, where a full-blown salary step structure was developed to make sure that we're, well, and then the classification study on top of that to make sure that we're internally equitable and externally competitive. And I don't want to speak for Pam, but I've been a huge fan of these step structures. But it's important to get it refreshed every year to reflect cost of labor, cost of living, inflation and such. So that was the point of this exercise, this slide, and what we're talking about here. And so the recommendation from Logic is to adjust the structure by 3.8%. There's more information in there just to help ensure that we maintain our competitive position in the market. We could talk for a whole day about the different job descriptions and what everyone does, and we can even talk for probably a week about law enforcement in particular because of what's happening in that field and what the city of Montrose and the city of Grand Junctions are doing to make sure they attract and retain police officers and such. It should, I guess my point is it's really varies depending on the field. Regardless, I think this is a good exercise for us to undertake each year to make sure that we maintain a competitive position against comparator communities, specifically on the Western Slope. So
seems like it's been really no success. It's really helpful to have.
yeah, last thing I'll say, it's nice to have this, so say it all the time, I'm so structured. But it's nice to not arbitrarily just say, let's do
Right.
3%,
Right.
or 4%.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's nice to have some data.
Yeah, some rationale.
Any questions on that? Well, that portion is real fast. Should we take a little bathroom break or something, you know, call Shane and have him come on?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh, we're still running the trains, it's awesome.
Oh, yeah, they were, when I pulled in, they were starting it up.
That's good.
Who's cyber truck car thing over there with the American flag on the side of it?
It's starting,
Yeah, I know.
it's from the museum.
Do it. Yeah, I've seen it driving around town, I just didn't know who this it was. Funny.
Ah, I can see it space.
Yeah, I almost ran into a place in yesterday.
Yeah.
Ran into the-
No, I almost did it, because it was sticking way out and.
Would you want to come?
Yeah.
One of these, yeah. She was serious. Oh, no. I know.
It's a stretch.
Hopefully there's no public in our meeting.
Hey, we're public.
Be careful, I do There was no paper representative online or in the room at our meeting. On Wednesday. Nope.
I was curious because the new gal Lee is from North Carolina, so I wasn't sure if she. Had asked her help with it. What's up?
Remember when Daniel actually came and sat here all the time?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sure.
I miss Liz.
I miss Liz.
Really good.
I just miss Liz, like being in town.
It's amazing how involved she still is this.
She
We'll see. We'll continue to see.
Yeah.
Talk to him. Oh, yeah, he's in our football league.
He's still in the fantasy league.
Yeah, well, in fact, he did draft day at like 2 a.m.
You
playing time.
Yeah, you were great. Last I heard, he was like, this is more.
So that's state sack. Yes.
Yeah. I think maybe what you realize that he does and he doesn't want to do it.
That's relax back down states.
Well, I mean.
He'll be back here in
Give
town
us
real soon.
the dangerous side.
Oh, right.
He's so connected here as well, so. He's, yeah, so we trash talk about stock. Which is awesome.
I just remember it like being at. I don't remember Love Your Valley. It was either Love Your Valley or Carol. What are you doing? I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you're sitting, you're drinking beer. And you're on town council and you're teacher. I just have to live my life. You know, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, there's a little, there's a block of time for everything.
Like, well, yeah, but I keep adding things in my block that I'm keeping. You know, Kevin, I'm gonna go back to grad school too.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I need to max out on the pay scale. I'm gonna keep teaching.
Yeah.
Like,
Where you gonna go?
I'm gonna do it online, primarily online, around through Montana State.
Awesome.
In science education,
But you're gonna do what?
a master's degree in science education.
Good for you. But you already have it.
I have a master's in oceanography.
And you're about to start another.
It's another 30 credits, will max me out on the pay scale.
What do you mean?
And-
I'm kidding.
She's got hobby. I don't know what hobbies I have, I'm not pretty good, she had last night. I'm gonna go build a patio this afternoon and tomorrow morning, it's gonna be great, but yeah. The Montana State is not, really is hard and. But. We're really good, I was trying to have. They can buy it for
Was there one campus in one for the summer for like 2 weeks? So the reports in Alpine College, but not which like one new learning about Alpine College.
I'm coffee down. Thank you.
Yeah, Todd was like, so you have to take that course, did you, with the things you actually could like. Not just like a body. Your teachers kind of started back on this last. Yes.
That's exclusive, right? Congrats, that's awesome.
Yeah, weird, so. Just like.
It's the same old thing as last year.
I was kind of hoping for it. to be honest with you.
Yeah, were you?
Calling it music man.
I was called them.
Oh, it's been.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. What?
You guys are quick.
Easy choice.
Right.
Spanish.
I haven't,
Don't think it's gonna-
hang up jump on me. So. Holly. Shut my mouth, that's gonna be coming. It's not like it's-
Oh, yeah, mailbox.
I just can't, I haven't eaten there, so I was like reading about.
Let's check this mailbox.
I usually get the detox out, but like that today, so I'm whatever.
Sounds to me like Shane doesn't want to get an EV.
Yeah.
That's kind of-
I'm fine.
So that,
Okay,
I mean,
I was just browsing that.
I was really impressed with the work that he did.
Yeah.
This is the first time it's my voice.
I mean, yeah, that's probably fair, but he's going to ask him that, and he's probably gonna say, yeah, I mean, my preference is just going on EV for dry air. So, you know. I, again, that would be ridiculous, it was like, what's his name? He
Yeah,
took,
he's retired.
he took,
He retired.
when he was starting with the grandma, that it's like super. Just glad he did all that.
Yeah.
Becky.
That's what she Peterson and Graf.
Ryan, things.
My God.
A lot of information, we can, lots to sit through in this kind of thing.
Right.
But we can stick it in. So one just knows which way it's going.
Well, I think you can imagine that probably the majority of us are gonna say, we understand the downsides. We need to put our money where our mouth is.
We were pretty clear on the last one. We expected the next one.
Well, that's the thing, I think, clear, come back with this information so that you all can give the direction that you think. We were talking about last time, so.
Oh, yeah. Probably should have done it.
I can do a hybrid. With the same sort of stipulation that like, really think in the next one needs to be an UV. So it feels like.
Thanks. And now that everyone's there.
Great.
Yeah, now that I'm.
Actually, I'll fill it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no, there's.
Make it a blank one and I'll fill it out.
Sorry.
I saw it.
Sure.
Did you notice the one thing?
Yeah, certainly.
That's awesome.
I'll pay more attention to it.
It's great to have this touch, thank you.
Yeah, those are really good grapes.
Yeah, they are.
Thank you, Ben.
Did you like just pick out all the good ones, cause like.
Grapes.
Grapes,
Great. It's a total fluke.
right, well,
They came from Mountain Markets.
yes, Polly, I took every single one and I made sure they were all perfect grapes.
You work with me.
I do.
I can tell.
Did you know that grapes are one of the number one, or I think it's the top choking?
Probably see that.
Makes sense.
But
Yeah,
even soft as they are.
well, they just like, kids are not great at chewing. So they'll just like pop them in there and they just get stuck.
Have you read the interesting statement about how over the last several decades, we've been feeding kids too much pureed stuff? And it takes away the development.
And their soft palate.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
like all sorts of dental issues in young people these days because they didn't get stuff that they had to do. So you need it, and my daughter is giving her 7.5-month-old lots of stuff to chew. Yeah,
I've heard that green onions
yeah,
are really good for teething.
Yeah.
So it like.
they've been reading up on all that stuff,
Yeah.
and also just giving really strong flavor stuff, so to keep them from becoming less sweet. Yeah. So we're just waiting for Shane to,
Yeah, the city was up and on soon.
Over the top here.
we can also do
Sharp chips.
And
Okay.
on the side, they don't, no.
Or call in too, so.
yeah, or, yeah,
Either put them on speakerphone.
Sugary cereals when I grew up. Captain Crunch. And it was still.
That's like an inside salad.
So what?
Calendar, because you can move if things change, but then you also look at what's happening. Oh. Yeah, I had a little. He's describing
the
his.
COVID figured I'd like to do it in one shot.
Hey Shane, can you hear us?
Okay, wondered if this is something to say to that.
I'm like,
I can hear you.
Welcome, Shane.
Hey Shane. Welcome from Iowa.
Yeah. The middle of Iowa.
Middle of Iowa.
But it's beautiful there right now.
Yeah. It's a little dusty and they're doing so much with the
All
crops. so.
beautiful in Iowa.
Well, thanks for joining. I know you got the wedding's in like an hour, isn't it?
2:00
Oh, okay.
time here, so
Okay.
got a little while.
Thanks for joining, but the floor is yours. We have the patrol vehicle request and all the work you did with Ryan and Becky. So do you want to take it away?
Okay, so I'm trying to get that pulled up. My computer's not working great here. So
Or I can try to share the screen and then you can see it there. How about that?
that'd be good.
Let me know when you can see it.
Okay, I got it there.
And we all have it in our packet, so we've all got it too.
Okay. So we're coming to the point in time, we did, in 2017 and 2018, we purchased a couple new vehicles because the fleet was so kind of depleted at that point and it was costing a lot for maintenance and everything. And so we wound up getting 2 new ones that year, or we were able to get them both the same year. And then through the years, we've acquired a couple others, but the 3 older ones in the fleet, the Ford Explorers, are all now going over 100,000 miles, and we're, starting to see a little bit of increase in costs, especially the 2013 one that we bought a couple years ago with quite a few miles on it. It's starting to cost a lot for maintenance and that kind of stuff, and we only see that getting bigger. So, earlier in the summer or in the spring, we kind of talked to council about the fleet, and you expressed an interest in switching the fleet over to all electric vehicles. So kind of went on the search for the pros and cons, and other agencies around the state that had used had switched to the electric vehicles. And there's not many agencies around that have opted to switch to them, just because of the charging issues. The equipment's not readily available, other than like the brands like Ford or Chevy just came out with a new police fleet vehicle, that kind of stuff. So we, took a look at, I looked at a lot of options. I don't know if any of you got a chance to kind of look through that link that I sent, and that was pretty, gave a pretty good overview of what the vehicles, what they're seeing in large agencies. They're using them mainly now for administrative purposes, that kind of stuff. And other than that, they haven't seen a lot of use. The town of Crested Butte marshal's office did do the vehicles, and they're kind of one of the first in the state that went with the EVs. And they've had some success with them. They have, minor issues, but one of the big things that they do is they have the officers have level 2 chargers in their homes. And then they have 2 at the station, so in order to keep their vehicles are, and they have the 3rd one on order right now. And they are going to put it into effect, and it's one of the new Chevy Blazers, but they've waited a year for it to actually get to them and get equipped and put into the other 2 that they have are a BMW and a Tesla Y. They really like the Tesla Y, other than there was no equipment available through a commercial source for the police application. And so they wound up having to custom fit everything to that vehicle. So they're the only issues that they've really had with the electric vehicles is they can't find a commercially available program in the car that shuts off or that keeps the lights running. So like if they're on an extended time on a police scene, or like on the accident scene, or if they're doing traffic for something, the car just shuts down when it starts to see the battery get lower. And they've had a couple towing issues where they had to tow the vehicles from the scene and bring in an actual vehicle with a gas motor that would keep the lights on. So that's one of the issues they've had. And then the cold weather, they're only getting, even with one of them that's garaged, once it's out in the cold, they're only getting about 70% charge on their vehicles. And they're having to take them and then like plug them in at the office when the officer goes on duty, in order to get the batteries in the car warm enough to operate properly with that function, or with all the functions on the car. So that was a couple of the things. I did go to Western Ford, who was the only one that would actually call me back and do a proposal for the prices on the cars and everything. Talked to them. Salesman there had mentioned a couple concerns with things that they had by using the cars in the or the ones that they had sold to people, and that they had voiced concerns over. One of them was on the Ford Lightning, which was the main one that we were looking at because of the availability of commercially available police equipment to go in the vehicles, like the lighting, all that kind of stuff. And the partitions and switches and everything will fit in those vehicles. So we looked at the lightnings, and those seem to be the best available and the best to fit our needs. So in looking at those, though, one of the concerns that was raised was the turning radius. Like if you go to make a U-turn or have to turn tightly into somewhere, each of those vehicles is driven by an electric motor on each axle, and it prevents the vehicle from turning. So we went down and drove them on their roads in Grand Junction, and they perform really well. Other than that is a pretty big concern with the narrow streets in Ridgway. Like if we had to turn around on one of the similar streets in Grand Junction that I found to turn around on, it took me 4 passes to get turned around and make a U-turn on, which is the safety concern with the police vehicles. And for when you're on the street and there's traffic or whatever. And then also if we had to make a quick maneuver, or if some of the tight driveways in Ridgway would be a concern with those vehicles, actually turning into them. All in all, they perform really well. They're, great vehicles. And then, I'd
Shane,
also,
Can I ask a question? I'm back to the issue on the lights, as I read it, I think as you might have just mentioned it, the lights are run on the 12-volt battery.
So they run on the 12-volt battery.
In the case of a gas vehicle, then in order to maintain that 12-volt charging, you're having to idle the gas motor in order to power the lights.
Yes.
So that's, obviously idling is a big downside thing. SMBA has 3 Lightnings now and a Tesla. And one of the Lightnings have a 120, 240 volt, 30 amp outlet on them that runs off the main battery pack, which actually provides enough electricity to power your home for 8 hours. So I'm wondering if there's a way to look at using the main battery pack to power the lights, not necessarily the vehicle lights, because they're plumbed into the 12-volt circuit, but any auxiliary lights or light poles or light, spotlights could be run off the main battery pack unless they were wired in such a way to run off the main battery pack instead of the 12-volt circuit for the cherry top lights and all of the vehicle lights. Anyway, so there could be, I don't know if they've addressed it, but there could be a future workaround to that light problem, because the main battery pack has an enormous amount of battery storage compared to the 12-volt vehicle battery. So it sounds like it's a bug in the design of a service vehicle to just use the 12-volt. But the alternative on a gas vehicle is you're burning fuel just to power the lights, essentially. Running.
Yeah, and that was, one of the things, was burning the gas, and that's why I also, while I was down there, I also drove one of the Ford. They're called the Ford Power Boost, and they are a hybrid.
They're
So
awesome.
they have the gas and the electric motor, and they seem to be a good option because they would use, also the 12-volt power in the car, but it would once the motors or the batteries are charged back up by the motor, then the motor shuts down, and it runs off the electric until it's needed again. So like on those long scenes, like an accident scene or something where we were running the lights, it would alternate back and forth. And we had the Ford Fusion that we used for years. We bought it in 2012. The department or the town did, and it worked really good for that application. So it does, they're not they don't super cut down on the gas used. But they do offer us that option to where we wouldn't be, draining the 12-volt batteries. So that was kind of why we looked at that too.
Yeah, my husband's had the F-150 Power Boost for the last 2 years and loves it. Because 35 and under, it's on electric the whole time. So anytime he's just driving around town, whether it's, Ridgway or Telluride or whatever, it's just on electric. But it still has the range because it has the gas, option for, and like in your report here, you're talking about how like everyone lives out of town, whatever. I would be really concerned having a full electric vehicle because of the charging issues here, because I've rented Teslas a couple of times and they are a pain in the butt if you don't have a good charger to charge you fast,
I mean, I think that can be ameliorated, in the report that you so lovely put together, Shane. Crested Butte has the same issue. Most of their officers are living in Gunnison. And chargers aren't that expensive. I would say we would then install level 2 in, give that option if that was possible for our marshals living out of town. I'm actually really disappointed that there aren't more companies outfitting police EVs. Like I'm actually really shocked by this because I was hoping when we gave you the order, Shane, that we wanted our next one to be an EV, that by the time we sat here today, that more companies would be doing this.
Yeah, the simple solution to the lighting thing is to have a DC to DC charger that can charge a 12-volt big battery.
But yeah, and so like, why anyway, but that's kind of where I'm at.
It's just not enough of the market yet.
But I think it's coming, we're seeing Crested Butte, we would like to go this way. Part of why,
Gunison's like the coldest place in the nation.
part of why there's not the demand is for smaller departments like us. This is a big, it's a big ask to figure out how to outfit it yourself.
Yeah, that was one of the things. And there's companies like Boz out of Denver that does it, but they're very expensive. And they immediately, when I talked to them at one of the conferences that I went to, the 2 big companies in Colorado that do the upfitting for it, I talked to both of them and they're like, yeah, we can do it, but you're going to have a lot of issues over the charging of it and that kind of stuff. And the state, I talked to somebody with the state, they wouldn't send me the copy of the report because the state had purchased, but they did a study on it, and their thing was they were great inside the state parks, but they weren't, they didn't recommend them for anything outside of the state parks because they had the infrastructure, or they're starting to get the infrastructure in the state parks to keep them charged, and and they use them minimally. Most of the state parks aren't huge, so they were really functional for them. But they also, said that they had trouble getting commercially available equipment. And in the past, probably 8 or 10 years, that we've seen a big decrease in the companies that are even providing the gas-powered police package vehicles to be, commercially out there, even though all the equipment is available. Chevy only is making one package right now that's available in the gas motor, and Ford makes the 2 options. And then other than that, there's nothing really. The Ford Explorer is the only other thing in there, that come like with a police package to where you can just wire equipment in or plug it in. So they're kind of trending away from that, which is, to me, is kind of weird that they'd actually do that in the gas vehicles too, because the police departments all over the US use, multiple units.
I kind of personally like your second option of getting one of the hybrids for the patrol vehicle and dipping our toes into the EV world with getting a Lightning for an admin vehicle.
Well,
yeah, that was, one of the thoughts I had. That way we could we could see what equipment was available, because we wouldn't need much. As an admin vehicle, I'd need it for like, if I'm working a shift, I'd need some lights and availability of that, but we wouldn't have to put the full, like with the partitions in it and all that unit. So that was why I wanted to put that in there, that it would also give us a way to explore and see, how the charging capabilities were some of those winter, mornings when it's 17 below down there on the river by the office. And then also see, how long on scenes and that kind of stuff that they work.
Also, as a public works vehicle, that Lightning has an 8,000 watt inverter, and you can actually run an arc welder off the vehicle. You can use it as a major construction vehicle.
That's great. Yeah. So, yeah, and off the big batteries, they said it was pretty much unlimited, but where the 12-volt system runs down, they had a lot of issues with that. So.
I would also second Terry in liking the combination approach. And I also think we also need to remember whatever hiccups we run into doesn't necessarily mean that EVs are the wrong answer for us. Because again, I think 2 years from now, 3 years from now, when we go to purchase another vehicle, more and more departments are going to go to using EVs for the same reasons that Ridgway wants to. And so, if Denver made that jump, we're gonna see more options in the state, Pueblo. Some of our bigger cities, as they make those jumps, we're gonna see more services.
Yeah, and I see, as they become more popular, the price in installing it'll come down, and also the availability of stuff. And there's tons of LED lights and that kind of stuff available on the market. It's just none of them are specific to that. And the LED, takes way less power and that kind of stuff to run. So that's what we would opt for in the cars anyway. In all the cars. But I think you're right that they will eventually start to be way more of them on the market and available.
They're even coming out with electric bucket trucks. S&P is looking at getting a full-scale electric bucket truck. And so the market is beginning to tick up, as and I think that second option gives us a chance to sort of be part of the early adopter learning curve of municipalities that are exploring this without diving full scale into it.
Well, and I like the idea of having the power boost be for the one that's being driven around all day long, because otherwise the officer is not going to be able to drive around all day. You have to stop it and charge it to get your, I don't know, like every time I rented one, because I keep trying to use them and see if I can like them, but it's a problem if you're driving long distances or like just driving all day, as patrol cars do, because you do have to stop and charge.
John and I took the SMPA's Tesla to the last 2030 conference. We only had to charge it once on the way there. It had a burger. It was a
Yeah, we timed it with lunch, so it worked.
Where it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's an issue.
I like the second option.
I think there's probably consensus for the second option.
Well, and it would, again, like if you're driving it around, Shane, we still get a chance to see how the Lightning works driving around. So,
I think Shane.
Yeah, that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Shane.
I finally got my computer gonna switch over that. Oh.
Is that Terry?
Yeah. He doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Sorry, Shane, go ahead.
All right.
All right, Dave. It was more like.
We're getting, let me get.
Shane, you're cutting out. You still there?
Yeah, just a second. Let me. I've got two of them going right now. I'm trying
Yeah.
to get rid of the one.
Or was it just that?
I just did a small Google and it looks like Fort Collins is developing an EV readiness roadmap for their police and stuff.
You know, you may not know that we are participating tangentially with the Eco Actions Partners EV Readiness Task Force. So they got grant funding and they've been exploring that for the whole region. I'm not sure how it specifically relates to anything we're doing, but we are tangentially participating in that.
And the Boulder County Police are doing an electric vehicle fleet pilot.
And I think continuing to maintain that conversation with Crested Butte though, because they have a lot of parallels to us with people commuting, with cold temperatures, mountain driving. I think if we can give them some of what we discover and kind of keep that going back and forth, that'd be really useful.
Sure.
Yeah, and they were super helpful. They were really nice to talk to, and they even offered for me to come up there and kind of see, what they had in their vehicles and that kind of stuff, especially if we purchased, to see how they had some of the challenges that they had overcome with theirs, and then go from there too. And it would also, one of the things by just getting one now and seeing how it works, it would give a little bit longer for the Chevrolet technology to come along in the Blazer, which might be a really good vehicle to look at for our patrol fleet, as time goes along too, because they're specifically made in the EV, and with the Chevy branding, there might be more companies coming with equipment that's available or be able to adapt that equipment to, like, the Ford Explorers or the Ford Lightnings. There's a lot more readily available out there.
Cool.
Shane, one additional expense to note is with the level 2 chargers, even though the chargers themselves are not very expensive, they require a 240 volt 30 amp outlet, which is essentially like a dryer outlet. And
Yeah.
we'll have those in your garage, so that's an additional cost for the installation.
I was curious, is a level 2 charger included in this equipment and fitting?
Sometimes they're coming with the vehicle, the actual charger does. Sometimes
I've
they're
actually Ford running commercials saying that they're giving you chargers.
yeah, and sometimes they're embedding them in the vehicle itself.
Yeah, I did a cost breakdown on the chargers, and one of the things I took into account was, making sure we'd have to make sure that, like, if we put one at the officers' houses, that they had the 240 capability, or 220 power there, or the outlet like you were talking about. And I do have that at my house that's available. So it would just be that most of those chargers on the level 2s run right around $1,100. And
Part of our new code, PEB ready, that new construction by code will have to have that circuit in the garage.
yeah, and I know 2 of our officers have newer houses that have them available. So
We're not currently looking at that as that's a future.
It's a patrol car.
yeah, but in the future, if we went full EV, and then we'll have to make arrangements at the office, because I think it'd be vital to have at least one available initially there, I think that could be wired in fairly easy there at the office to be accessible outside.
So Shane, I know you probably need to go soon, but one last question. I think there's consensus to go for the option number 2 at the end of your document, but I'm also curious, that link at the beginning of your document to the government-fleet.com website lists some links to find out about funding options. Have you gotten to the point where you've looked into how some of the cost of these things could be offset by grants or something?
No, I hadn't got to that point. I kind of wanted to see what the,
I understand, yeah. that
which
makes
way
sense.
the council was leaning, and then I can start. And in fact, I kind of ran out of time. I was gonna kind of talk with Terry and see if he knew of some stuff that was available, we had, or, what avenue to go to, because he's a valuable source of that kind of stuff, so.
There is a program in Colorado called Charge Ahead, which offers grant money. Pretty.
All right, well,
Awesome.
seems to me like we've got consensus.
I just have a question, Shane, the equipment and outfitting line item, is that, we're including that in the car? What, underneath it, you've got.
Additional cost.
Yeah,
So the car itself is one price plus the equipment and outfitting is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the cost would be I think the Power Boost trucks are 49,000, and then the Lightning is 69, and then there'd be the 28,000 for the Lightning, but it wouldn't be that much because we're not going to put near the equipment in the Lightning, if option 2. So we would it'd probably only be around the 15,000 range for it, and then the Power Boost would be, I can't remember what, let me. 23.4, yeah. And I think we can get it done for less because of the available, but that was just one of the quotes I got, and I was waiting for another one to come back from a local company in Grand Junction to do that we think could be a lot less, so.
Okay,
Thanks, Shane. This was a really comprehensive report.
Great report.
Made it easy for us to follow.
Well,
All right,
thank you guys for review, and we appreciate the support.
absolutely.
Shane. Have a good time.
Yeah, enjoy the wedding.
Yeah, and we'll be heading home tomorrow. So.
Catch the bouquet.
Take care. Travel safe, Shane.
Thanks.
We did. I thought it was funny.
Okay, that takes us to home trust funding request.
Yep. And I called this one out on the agenda because it doesn't quite fit, in my opinion, the community grant program for one, because, well, I think first and foremost, affordable housing initiative, home trust with their community land trust model. We don't have a housing authority, so it's a pretty vital and important, organization for this county currently. And then also the amount that they're requesting is significant. Yeah, well, within like the target, like just fortunately. So anyway, yeah, it's like. So that's why we're here to talk through it. Hopefully, I'm not gonna go through the breakdown or anything, but the total funding request is just shy of $43,000. If you remember from like inception, maybe not inception, but since the beginning of them coming to the municipalities and the county for seed funding, it went from 10 to 20 to 30, and now to 43. The other bit of context I wanted to provide is, we're on the cusp of getting a joint housing administrator in place. And I'm the town's representative on the home trust. Last September, October, there was a budget retreat, like a board retreat. And we were at Andrea's house for that retreat, talking through a lot of different things, but we got on the subject of like, well, how do we get away from the seed funding, right? For this nonprofit for operational costs and such. And that's where this idea for a joint housing administrator. And so we didn't really transition, but we kind of gone this path of pursuing this joint housing administrator initiative, all with the thought and kind of the buy-in at the home trust level of getting away from the seed funding requests, and the elephant in the room is like, well, we still have to go through a competitive process. The hope, of course, is that the home trust comes out on top. There's no guarantee. But, you know, that's the elephant in the room. If the home trust is successful in that RFP process, which will come out, well, we've already approved the IGA, it'll need to be executed with the RFP. If home trust theory came out on top of that process, we're looking at, you know, a share of costs associated with those services. And also a you know, funding contribution, which, you know, you can call it whatever you want, almost like double dipping.
Yeah, but that's not, would that displace this amount?
Well, that's the.
Or is it?
That's
the
that's what I'm bringing up, and Jake and I have talked about it a couple times. Jake Neese, the county's representative on the home trust, and so it's just it's interesting how this has evolved, and it's like no one's fault. It's just kind of come about, and Andrea's trying to do her job as executive director and make sure that nonprofit organization runs well with what they do. So I hope that's enough context and background, but that's where my mind has been. So now we have this request right here on the screen. What I would characterize as just a funding request. Town, city, county, give us money to help us do what we do, because we do some really great stuff and some valuable stuff for not just Ridgway, not just the city, not just the county, but the greater region. And then this other initiative that may have the home trust come out on top. So I'll leave it there, but that's kind of where we're at.
So specific question, if we authorize this budget and the home trust came out on top, will this money translate over into that contribution, or would we likely be looking at additional monies?
That we'd be looking at additional.
For them to be the administrator.
For them to be the administrator, to be over and above this amount right here.
This request.
For what the request is in the narrative.
Cause, well, which as weird as it is, does make sense, cause this is just Ridgway giving a contribution, saying you're providing services in our community in general. Versus the contracted amount would be you are providing these specific services to us as a town.
A very well-defined scope.
And just to be clear, last thing I'll say is I'm not here to say that you know, the double dipping or this request and the joint housing administrator thing would be wrong. I'm not here to say that that's not the way it should happen, but right? I think it's important to think through.
Couple things I would point out is that we have an affordable housing line item now. It's blank for 25, but
In the expenditures, not in the revenues, we have a percentage of the lodging tax.
That's, yeah.
right. And I also just would point out that a lot of these requests over the years, the best example is Second Chance. They've always historically given us a really high number as a request, and we fund a portion of them. So, you know, I think a lot of these requests are targeted with a high number in hopes that we'll give something less, but still has.
So where have we been exactly? Was last year 30,000?
If it keeps going
Sorry,
down, they had to fill out all the 17 questions or whatever,
Okay.
the new process that they
Yeah.
did. I know they did it for baseball.
20, 30.
But so it shows the last 2 years, they did 20,000 in 2023, we did 30,000 in 2024, and now they're asking for 43,000. I think Preston said the year before that even was 10,000. They had 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, and now they're asking for 43,000.
And it was somewhat arbitrary. I mean, Andrea would come in here and explain the thought process behind those amounts, but at that board retreat, I remember Josh Smith, Jake Neese, and myself really wanting to see better data around why are we going up?
Yeah.
Why do they keep going up?
Quite
So-
substantially going up.
And the only reason I had Andrea fill out the actual application is because I was like, yeah, this was like 5 months ago or whenever it was. You should just fill out that application just to get some better information that we can probably put it, not better, but more information than we can put in there. So it was nice that you took the time to fill out that application.
I mean, obviously, we all recognize the value that the home trust provides the county and Ridgway specifically. It's just we have to, that's what the budget's all about, is balancing the requests with available funding and giving as much as we can.
So if we think about what we plan to do for affordable housing in 2025, we've committed to our housing administrator with the county and the city. You know, there might be projects that come forward, but I don't know that we have anything
Come down the pipe, yeah.
specific. I brought up maybe surveying the Elizabeth Street properties for potential either partnership with somebody to develop something. That could be another home trust partnership, because town has said we don't want to be a developer, but we may be able to contribute in other ways. So we went to the voters and we said we need money for affordable housing. Now, we can bank it for something larger in the future. My initial thought is somewhere closer to last year's number.
Yep.
Cutting things for all, and that's the case.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is if Home Trust keeps turning to the governments as the basis of their funding, now they're being this quasi-governmental organization versus a nonprofit. They're doing when we receive the expected, proposal as a response to the RFP, that is exactly the appropriate response for them to try to find a way that's a revenue source, that now it's a two-way street where we're getting services in exchange for those funds. And then they're also advancing their mission. Which is why, because we're not there yet, don't have that, I would lean towards something closer to last year's number.
We split the difference between this ask and last year, would be 36,000.
I think I bet most of us are looking at closer to
32?
I was-
Yeah.
I was thinking 30.
Well, in anticipation and likely.
We don't- yeah.
We're expecting expenses. That's the justification for trimming this back.
Yeah, and Ann has, and that, maybe you saw in the expenditure sheet, but we've already plugged in the almost 43 $1,000 figure for the contribution, and then, I don't know, another 40,000 for joint housing administrator, kind of just guessed at that.
Oh, in my sheets of expenditures?
Yeah, I think,
Yes.
my point is it's reflected in the budget already, but just to be clear. And, at the last Home Trust Board meeting, Josh Smith seemed to indicate that the city was going to grant the entirety of the request, which was 42,600. Now, that should not have a bearing on what you decide, but it sounds like the city was going to grant the whole.
So the city, right,
request. Well, there's buy-in through their budget process to grant the whole thing. And then I don't know, I didn't really understand what the county, I don't know what the county's gonna do.
Well, it sounds like, based on our meeting that we had this summer, the county's in an interesting place in that they're supporting developments in the two municipalities. They don't actually have affordable housing projects going on.
And then you can look at it from another lens of what projects the Home Trust, I don't know how much weight you want to put to this, but how many projects are in Ridgway that the Home Trust is spearheading? We talk about the Parkside duplex, which is coming online very soon, be really exciting. The Sherman Street project with the childcare component, which is still a long time away, I think, from getting the funding necessary, but it's a really, really neat concept, and
They've already landed some really significant funding.
yeah, and even like a lot.
Where in Sherman Street?
Across it's the vacant lot west of the building that Taco Del Mar's in. Right on Sherman.
That's good.
They've acquired that lot. They've landed like close to $300,000 in grants already. But it's obviously a multi-million-dollar
So that's just Ridgway, and then when you look at your Ray, I mean, I'm not gonna rattle them off, but there's quite a few more. I don't remember right, I should have them all memorized. Projects going on and advancing in your Ray, because there's just.
More units for sure.
One of the huge things that I think the Home Trust is able to do is, yes, the duplex project is for sale, but they've been working on some rentals. And I think what we've seen with people struggling needing to resell a unit or Ray trying to sell their units is that purchase with materials costs and as much grants and things as we've done, purchase is still a really huge stretch for people. And so having these rental projects like the, 16 to 19 units, you can put people in a position where they can save something. That puts them in a position to hopefully be able to purchase affordable housing, not necessarily market rate. I think, we're seeing where that wave is coming out for people.
It's well said. This is a bit of a tangent, but Home Trust is you can see it there, working to acquire additional properties, two of which are in Ridgway. Forgetting where one is, I think it's a unit somewhere, but the other one is, Andrew's been working really hard on the Alpenglow co-housing parcel.
To try and buy that.
To explore buying it, which is interesting in and of itself. I don't know how realistic that's going. So
That's another place that if they
yeah,
would
it's for sale. They're abandoning
stop.
project.
Yep.
So,
Be a good spot.
that's worth noting. And then, tangent to that is, Prop 123, land banking, to help the Home Trust or help us in acquiring parcels potentially for affordable housing, envisioning what could go on these parcels. There's a lot of funding out there through Prop 123. Where I'm going with that is, the requirement to be eligible for these funds is that a housing needs assessment be in place, and as recent as 3 years.
Well, and isn't that housing needs assessment also needed to petition for resort status?
Yeah,
Yeah.
said it much better. You needed to petition for higher AMIs and stuff like that. There's a lot to it. Ours, last one we had done, I think in conjunction with the county, was 2011. So we're not even anywhere near being.
That we need to do.
So that is in here.
Yeah.
In the budget, but I thought it was worth highlighting now. I think we plugged in $25,000 or something like that to get a consultant in here to conduct that.
How does,
But that's imperative for this next year.
what's that process look like? Just out of curiosity, with a consultant, like what do they do?
They, that's a good question.
A lot of data gathering.
I'm guessing some surveys and yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
How do you make people
It's
buy
gonna be
these surveys?
eye-opening.
Yeah, that'll be really good information. Like I pointed out, we're realizing now we need more rental, like this will be hopefully give us some really good data. On how we target our
How we target what's
efforts,
needed
our efforts.
on the sick for sale rental side.
But if you don't restrict it, then it doesn't stay.
I know, but I didn't. It's like deed restricting is such an awesome idea, but in practice, it doesn't.
You still save your equity.
That's true.
Like,
But it's, not perfect.
Okay,
Do we need to pick a number? No. Or do we have?
no, I think we can, I mean, I doubt that, I didn't think that's what you were asking. This was just an FYI.
Yeah, it was an FYI. I mean, at some point, we're gonna have to come back and pick a number.
Yeah.
If there's
We're all on the same page.
I think we're all
Sounds like
leaning
an easy
towards
conversation.
32, nothing more than 32, probably.
Nothing more than 32. I'm cool with 30.
Well, we can highlight it again in a future workshop or budget meeting, but for now, I see Pam writing down 32.
Actually, I heard 30.
Well, 30 is.
Near me, I'm hearing 30.
Look, John and I both threw out 32.
Simultaneously.
Kevin and I said 30.
You were just right next to her.
32.
That's just petty.
I'm totally kidding. 32 sounds great to me.
Did you okay with 32?
I just think it's interesting, like, that the number is going up so dramatically every single year. I'm really a little concerned that that's establishing a pattern of.
To me, the 32 is like a recognition that they're doing a lot and that they have a lot of needs, and we'll give them a little bit more, sort of a token amount more. And not, I think they would see 30 as sort of almost a penny. And then that's just me being the politician, I guess.
And in
That's good.
defense of them, the 20 was their first big ask. I mean, the growth of this organization in the past
Incredible.
3 or 4 years has been amazing.
Yeah.
So I think I saw 20 to 30, yes, is a big jump, but I saw that as they had also significantly scaled up their operation. And that extra 10,000 was kind of a vote of confidence from not just Ridgway, but this.
Well, the
county.
person said it's scaled up by 10,000 multiple times, because it was 10,000, it's not in this application, but it was 10,000.
Right, but when they took 10,000, they were like infancy,
They were in diapers.
yeah, like nothing happening. And so, yeah, and so I feel good about that 30-ish level, and I do want to acknowledge that, again, Pasco up there doing more work, but I don't think it is town's responsibility to fund the 2 to 42,000.
Okay.
I think we have what we need. Good. 30-ish.
Boards and commissions update?
Yeah, this one's just a quick update and kind of a continuation. We had a late council meeting in September. I was alluding to this, like it's a tail end and both are still in shovel.
I don't even remember you talking about this, to be honest.
And so, which I totally agree with, I would have done the same thing. So, but I wanted to make sure we circle around on this, and this is a good forum. You know, boards and commissions are in place for a really good reason to help advise you all as a town council. It seems to be getting lost on one board in particular. I'm not trying to be melodramatic, but we have the Sustainability Advisory Board, which is made up of really great members of this community, but the charge of the board and what they are able to do collectively, I think it's lost sometimes, and we've tried to reinforce it over the last, how long is it? Two years or something like that.
Close to 2 years, yeah.
It just gets lost. And having to continually reinforce it is getting tough. And I don't want to throw Deb under the bus or anything, but she's taking on a lot more as deputy treasurer, most likely soon to be deputy clerk as well. She's not going to be able to staff the SAB any longer. I'll tell you right now, she is pumped. Yeah, for not having to herd those cats. So it's gonna have to come back on my plate unless we can figure something else out. You know, I can figure out how to make it happen. It sure was nice to have someone else on staff administer that from the staff perspective. But then it comes back to you know, the leadership amongst that group, the initiative to volunteer beyond just coming to monthly meetings just isn't there. Again, it's a recorded meeting, not afraid to say any of this. It's just there's so much potential with this group, and it's all for naught because of that lack of initiative. There's this desire to have money and make actions, understandably so, because there's climate change, all things sustainability, wildly important to a lot of us in this room and in this community. But we need to figure out a way we need to figure out a better structure or how to drive home with these members that you don't just show up to one meeting a month. If things happen, you gotta volunteer some time to help advance it. So again, not trying to be whiny. I've talked with John about this not a number, but a few times over the years. And I know it's like come to Jesus moment, but we need to figure out that board in particular. Parks Committee, it seems to be dwindling, participation wise, mainly, or it could be because of projects or.
Do they suffer the same plight, where there's not a whole lot of volunteer time outside of the meetings?
There's, no, other than that, for this specific board, but they're, like, we don't always meet. Like, there's just not, I mean, there's a lot to talk about, but there's not
There's
a
there
lot.
activities outside the meetings that are going?
So,
Because that's the biggest problem I've seen, as you mentioned, the sustainability advisory boards. They're all an eclectic group to begin with. They're all highly impassioned, minus the F bombs. But there's no real, Dave in particular has done a lot with the EV ride and share thing. But most of them on his own time, not many others in the committee have stepped up to do much outside of get together and convince through meetings.
so,
It's-
I guess
Yeah.
my question is the SAB, like, their job as an advisory board, are they generating essentially sustainability initiatives that then we're putting into action? If that's the
Concept.
right, so if that's the case, if we're talking about work outside, and we're talking about them researching and actually moving towards something, is that the type of work we're talking about?
You know, things like putting together their own website. That was what somebody take on. I mean, the
But
biggest.
do they need a website? I don't know that they, like,
That was their idea for creating an information exchange. For sustainable issues.
but so that's what I'm hearing is when I hear that the SAB is asking for a budget, when I hear that the SAB needs a website, that's not an advisory board capacity. That is like,
That's always been the problem with the board from my perspective. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Just that they have a whole different picture. Some of them have a whole different picture of what it is they can and want to do. They want to be like an elected body. They want to be like telling the town what to do. And that's not their job. So that's one of the biggest challenges.
I
And,
actually,
and mine is, sorry, and again, absent that, they don't really know what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I'm actually gonna raise potentially unpopular idea.
Just been.
The town of Netherland has a framework for evaluating all decisions that they make in terms of sustainability. They have a framework that they use. And so one option is we just disband the SAB and we evaluate our decisions using a framework.
Yeah.
The other option is you leave the SAB and the SAB's job is to take a look at upcoming council votes or planning commission decisions, and they do the evaluation. They produce this, filling out this matrix or whatever, and I can find Netherlands. And then that is the advising.
To advise the council how to
Yep.
make a decision on that.
Yep. And then if you have a missing, the other thing that they could do is if they note that there's something that needs to be taken up to address blank, they could suggest that. That's where they kind of get, that would get maybe a little bit hairy, but that really is kind of, maybe would give them some sort of framework, like we borrowed, I don't know, if other people other than Netherlands have a form like that, where it's like a matrix where you're evaluating decisions. But that would give some more structure to their advising.
One thing, just real quick. In my opinion, I think there's a pretty decent structure. I like what you're saying. I'd love to see that if you have it, or I can. Look it
Yeah,
up
I can
separately.
Um,
The structure is there.
mhm.
This is the time of year where they should be meeting to goal set, to help inform the strategic plan. A tangent issue on that is like availability for them to come meet and stuff. I mean, in every meeting, And it's like, it's herding cats trying to get everyone in the same room. And so the goal setting is wildly important, but in the last few strategic plans, you see SAB goals, make a website. Let's look at net zero, setting net zero requirements, whatever the verbiage is. Like 3 or 4 pretty solid goals that the expectation is that they work throughout the course of the year. Dave Jones is the man.
Oh, Dave Jones is the man.
He is the man. He is really one of the only ones helping with the initiative to help advance stuff. Did that website. It's awesome. Now it just needs to be promoted.
The one initiative that they got behind collectively was the Green Street Park thing. That resulted in them producing a letter that's guidance to the council, maintain the 425 law.
I think that's, but see, I think that's the type of thing with major, like, where we would give them some way to clearly, concisely give feedback like that. That would be hugely important because we should be using a climate lens on all of our decisions. But if we had the support of a passionate group helping prep that for us, that would really be useful.
Yeah, they could look at the water usage, they could look at the power usage, they could look at solar and like what they want to see happen for.
Because yeah, is there, you know,
I
it's
like the
very,
idea of providing guidance on specific issues. for the council. So if they had a preview of what council's going to have to make decisions on in the next 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and then they deliberated, and provided written guidance. So from the SAB's perspective, this is how we feel that the council should.
because then the SAB versus, no offense, Terry, often we'll go through a whole discussion and then you're like, oh yeah, how do we throw solar in this project? What we need is another set of eyes specifically looking for ways that, yeah, does it cost us an extra 10% on this project, but does it move Ridgway towards our goals around sustainability and climate? That's something we absolutely need to consider, and it needs to be considered.
Those goals are well documented. Plan and.
Oh, absolutely. It just, it would be very helpful to make sure that we're getting those ideas in early in the process with things, so we're doing it in the best way.
I think it would be helpful ultimately to have a discussion, have an SAB, whether it's a workshop or in a council meeting, come before the council and hear these ideas, because what I think happens is that not much gets translated to, other than Dave and me as the liaison, down into the working aspects of the meetings. So they talk about things and then nobody goes out and does anything. Next meeting, we talk about it again.
Is Dave functioning as kind of the chair of the, okay?
And it was JT when he was, that one thing JT was promoting was simply what you're talking about, is that every decision, purchasing decision specifically the town makes, you put through that filter, whether it's buying recycled toilet paper instead of regular toilet paper, whatever. That be a filter for sustainability purchasing. That didn't really go into.
But that means, I brought up earlier, zero waste concert stuff, that would be how, let's take our matrix and all of, I mean, focusing it on that. That's such a huge marquee event for town.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people liked the idea of the aluminum cups. Are those the best choice? You know, what are our options, like that type of work? Because that's so high profile. Maybe it's an on the margin climate choice, but it is such a statement about our values.
Very visible, yeah.
Yep.
And if that plan gets developed again, I would say if Weehawken is using the park for the Ridgway Rendezvous, the expectation is here's our plan. You can use this. Or you can come up with your own, but we want Ridgway to be a place where we live our values.
I think all this is great, but what it does boil down to is getting a committee full of people that are willing to do outside of the meetings. I think that hasn't been popular.
I think that's fair, and I love what you're saying about, yeah, thinking through what we were talking about before, yeah, zero wasted events, giving them that charge and working through how to bring that to fruition. I mean, I think they would really enjoy that. I know Dave would.
Dave's been involved in
The others,
others, yeah.
the others, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the initiative's going to be there, but the last thing I'll say is, we've had these goals, try to work through the goals, and I think in my mind, one of the biggest issues is that, certainly not gonna name names, but we'll come up with ideas. Let's do this, let's do that. Well, it wasn't really a goal. You can't just make stuff up out of thin air. We're very limited in staffing. Usually it's just Devin. Take it to the town council, see if there's a desire to advance that, because there's a dollar figure associated with that. And then the anger and beat down that comes with that is just.
So, yeah, I think
It's pretty constant.
so, I mean, I guess the two things that I would say is they should evaluate decisions using some sort of decision matrix, start with something like Netherland. One of their projects could be what needs to be in the scorecard, how do we adapt it to Ridgway, right? So that's one thing, and then the other thing is giving them a clear process for proposing action. They don't get.
Isn't formal.
Right, exactly, but if it's a very clear process of, I mean, it could be literally form. Like, what do you think this might cost? Blah, blah, blah. Get this to Preston a week before the packet or whatever. I'm just saying they have to have a process to be able to propose action. And if they don't, that's where the anger comes from, is because right now they feel like they should be able to do the action. And if it's clear that they can't do action because they don't have spending power.
Yeah. And
then they have a process.
We've tried to funnel them. I love that. It's a great idea about, more formal process to make these proposals, but what we've tried to do is say, hey, yeah, go to the town council, come to a meeting, pitch it. And that's just met with resistance.
Well, one of them's already done that with the.
One of them's already done that, but the desire is to just say, staff, make this happen.
Right.
And it goes back to that. So I don't know that we need to harp on this any longer. It's just informational. At some point, we may need to have like a joint work session, get everyone the same. Otherwise, I will be wearing my football helmet, probably sitting in the back.
My other question for what scheduling is, do they just not have a last Tuesday of the month?
There was,
Like,
there's so many members of travel. Dave's gone this time, so.
Well, at some point, then they need to be able to commit to that monthly meeting or not be on the board.
And then I had a short conversation with Dave about it, and he said he just felt like there needed to be some transition. Some transition, some of the board members need to be kind of gently encouraged to step aside. And how that will go, I don't know without a football helmet.
and they have terms as well?
They have terms.
And the other suggestion I had was there's a synergy, I think, with some of the motivations of the youth council and their interest in sustainability. Instead, some collaboration, participation. You can't get the SAB members to do anything outside of a meeting. You're not going to get the youth council to volunteer to stuff.
Though, the youth council, we talk about this matrix, though, this would be an interesting partnership strand with the school.
Yeah.
I mean, talking to science teachers and anybody teaching, environmental studies, whether it's through an earth science class, and then I know Brian Nelson teaches. If we had a matrix, it would be a really cool partnership to work with the kids. And what do you think should be in that matrix? Empower them, because they're the ones looking down the space of a life under their future. Yeah, I know, if I were teaching AP environmental science, and that would be an amazing opportunity to interface with the city if they wanted to ever do something along those lines. How can we really move things forward?
So before we end this conversation, I want to say something that I'm not hearing being said. There is a huge amount placed on staff to staff this, and it's going to go on Preston. And he doesn't need anything else on his plate right now.
Right.
Next year is going to be huge for staff, and especially him. So it's another thing that we really need to think about. These things are great, and if they could happen like that, but they can't happen without staff. And it takes a lot of staff time.
Not that I have a lot of extra time, but I was thinking that myself or a council member could be the kind of shepherd of this committee.
But there would still need to be staff time to put agendas together, to do meetings, to attend.
Well, that's
to implement.
I think I brought this up last year, or maybe 2 years ago,
That's a good point.
but is there any appetite for hiring a part-time staff person or full-time to do grants, to take on these committees, to do these types of activities that
thinking-
Sorry,
Go ahead.
it just came to my head that Eco Action has landed a grant for a staff person, a full-time staff person to help everybody involved in the region administer their
Climate action.
climate action plans, and that person could potentially be the person to shepherd this forward.
Perfect, done.
And I think Cam raises a really great question, and we kind of blew through the administrative and personnel stuff. But are we reaching a point where Preston needs an executive
That's-
assistant?
We've needed it for years now, and you've all said, no, I'm fine, I don't need, but
Like,
I think that's.
like,
water seems to be going over the numbers. You're doing better. Good job.
and I think that's just something, you know, where,
I think we need to have that be part of this discussion, is additional staff to help Preston and possibly Pam's office as well. I know, do we have money for it? I don't know, but, we don't want you guys to completely burn out, and in order to avoid that, I think you need as much help as you can get.
Well, I mean, if Preston wanted, I have 2 new people in my office. It takes so much time to train a new person.
Right.
Is he gonna have time next year to?
But
that doesn't, I'm sorry, no, that actually
I'm very short-sighted, because
that doesn't fix it.
Yeah.
Like,
If you find the right person, there'll be some training time, but in the end.
but otherwise, we never hire somebody and we just put it all on everybody.
We burn them out.
Training wheels and work.
It's a good point, Pam, but there's gotta be something in between that gets him some help.
I mean, I love the thought, we talked about it like every year, and yeah, maybe we are getting to that point, training and such, yeah, it takes time, but, I don't see that as a big deal. On the cost side of things, could the budget handle it? Yeah, probably. Just, it goes back to opportunity cost, and then, another thing in the back of my mind is, and probably everyone's mind is, the economy turns, which you go back to that one slide, and we've been thinking it for years that it's gonna take a downturn. We're talking about people's livelihoods and, hiring more staff, and hopefully the aim would never be to have to do furloughs or downsize or anything like that. That's just something that comes to mind. But yeah, right now we're looking at 1 additional public works employee, which would be huge. I think, then potentially making community initiatives facilitator full-time, upping the hours of the deck room coordinator. Granted, that's a contract position, but I mean, we could look at the addition of an additional employee to help with administration.
But I think if we talk about costs, like, hi, Preston, I would like you to stay here. Hiring an executive was a large cost, and there's training, I mean, there's Preston had to come on in the middle of a pandemic. That sucked.
It was before.
Yeah, but barely.
Like 2 months.
It was a thing, our code was existing when it started. It's like, what is that?
Well, and so just to kind of wrap it up,
Yeah.
the town is taking advantage of staffing opportunities through, I think it's a Dolan program, the Best and Brightest, where we can get, a part-time employee where the state pays half of their salary and we pay the rest. And it's somebody that's coming out of a public administration program. That's how we got 10 posts. That's how we got, a couple other people, and it's an incredible program. So I just looking into things like that to try and find the opportunity to get staff some help. And I know there's,
No, and I know there's nowhere to put that person,
that's
and there, we don't have
Create a
any
new office over there in
place
the
for that person to sit.
Right.
And we're gonna talk about that later, about our assessment of town hall.
Talk about
Can I just quickly give an update then on the planning commission, the conversation with Jack, so
Can I just finish up to state the other thing? Just an FYI for everybody here, John and I are going to Mountain 2030 conference meeting Monday.
in Jackson Hole.
Jackson Hole. Sweet. There is a possibility that Ridgway is going to receive an award for small towns doing big things. Put together an award application.
Terry put together a great application.
we were invited to do so because they thought we were the model for the award. So that's kind of suggesting we may be in.
Fingers crossed, we might get some cool recognition.
And it's all the sustainability things we've done, you know, over the course of the last 5 to 10 years.
Very cool.
So yeah, it's-
Okay, so real quickly, we're all ready for lunch. I had a conversation with Jack. He brought up a good point, which was that this is the way we've been doing things for years, not that that's, I mean, I'm always cognizant of the fact that just because we've always done it this way doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. And I think we're all aware of that. But I went back and looked, the last person who was appointed this way was Jennifer Nelson in 22, and there was not a peep from anyone about anything. So I don't think it's fair for us to make Jack open up his position at this point, and he didn't think it was fair either. And also, having found that email that you found in my junk box, I don't like giving in to that kind of nastiness. I don't think that's appropriate. And granted,
Why
Jack,
did the point to say that we were not even looking at any noise?
I mean, I get it. Jack is he's a realtor. He's an interesting character. But I value his role in planning commission as a voice of the real estate community. I think he's a good addition. So my feeling is that we'll let him remain. He thought it was a 2-year appointment. He didn't look close enough to see that it was a 6-year appointment. I don't think he's going to be on the commission. And I hope you're all okay with that. But I do think we should start the process of redoing the bylaws so that it is a shorter term. And every time somebody's term comes up, it's opened up to the public with their name in town.
Yeah.
Okay?
That sounds fair.
Awesome. Great, let's have lunch.
We're right on time. Good job.
1 minute.
Good.
Up, guys.
Nobody's on it.
Nobody
Yes. That's fine. We want you to.
Oh, no, I'm not. About my ability to. Yeah. I'm gonna do it anyway, I just. Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna. I don't think she's gonna.
Oh, you say what?
Yeah. Yeah. I like to.
You don't, but I'll go with it anyway.
Like how many times they must have been attacked with Fort Knox. Yeah. Same much over here. Well, I was pretty excited about the homecoming. Yeah.
Wait, thanks for having us.
This is the salary. God, I just, salary.
Just need.
No, I'm gonna be all better. Too much. I feel better. I needed a snack. What did you do? I got that. She turned me into a pit. I got that. Back over this way.
I just got talked into being the administrator for the RSA board. 'Cause, you know, I wanted one more thing in my life.
RSA.
Regional Service Authority, the governmental entity that owns the Mountain Medical Center building. They operate outside the bounds of the government.
When did this happen?
Tuesday will be my first meeting.
Are you on the board?
No, they wanted me to join the board and I said no, and then their administrator just quit, and so Joey and Colleen kept calling me, begging me to do it. And Josie, you have all the perfect knowledge for it, you know what you're gonna see. So I'm gonna be the administrator of Carla, and she just brought over like a two level file cabinet of just absolute random dog shit, and then showed me their computer, and it's like a 7-year-old computer. She's had it for 7 years. It was ancient on the computers, and literally she has just been saving everything to desktop. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of documents, nothing is organized. And they got me just like, it's $5 a month, no big deal. I'm like, it's gonna take me dozens of hours just to understand. She's like, yeah, you just like do the search bar and search for like, mill levy. And I'm like, what? I don't know what the search terms are. I don't know what your naming conventions are. Like, oh my God. Real thing. Yeah, my first meeting's on Tuesday. I was like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, because I understand the RSA and I understand what medical center, like their theater point, and like what their capacity is. Oh, whatever, because I know how to do QuickBooks and my meetings. So like, we don't really process knowledge. I'm like, yeah, but do I really want to? So we'll see. Maybe it's something I just do for a year and I get them all cleaned up and organized, and it'd be easier to clean up to some.
I'm not sure that they pay you all the hours it's gonna take.
Yeah, it's $35 an hour, and I'll just whatever. I was like 35, and they're like, yeah, we raised it for you. Was it 30? And I'm like, it's not 30. Like, you understand? Like, I usually charge out 55 or 60 an hour. I'm like, really?
It's good, she's supposed to.
But I don't know. We'll see. A little nervous about it, but
That's always
it's a hard thing.
You always say it's not too much. Public needs to.
Yeah, but nobody comes to meetings.
Well.
Meetings are open. Yeah. Yep.
You don't care about the rest of
I don't, and I'm gonna know where it's so.
it. She's great, but she's got a real sense.
Yeah.
She wants to.
Right. That's also not their job, that's not the scope of the RSA. This is part of, understanding what entity is. Entity is not to tell them,
Need a child?
Snackle, will you unwrap?
Why on the counter?
Your verdict.
On the right side of the person.
Well, she was bad that they were, like, someone couldn't just bring their UA. It's like, there's liability on that, we weren't doctor that orders.
The issue was clear. The word, getting ready to close out the county.
We'll see.
Well, good for you.
Well, hey,
Every year.
it is. Now I get to listen to the construction drawings.
I wondered where that was. Darn it.
Absolutely. Looking at the minutes from the project, I was like, you're too like, higher than all lights.
What's that?
It's Vaseline.
Color investment? Yeah. For kids.
Actually, I did get it for children, because some of them like would have really chapped lips and faces. And maybe like. But if I said, how about pink?
That's what I'm.
Tell them it's say it out loud.
I'm so impressed with you, Polly. You can, small people, I've been on my Facebook, I'm like, this is how the world works.
Well, sometimes I have those conversations, right? Yeah. That's a no, I know how so many, it is what it is. ¿Por qué no las dos? Thank you for laughing.
The second time you said that in like 40 minutes.
It's because it's my favorite saying. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both?
I get down on it, I was trying to get the joke.
Uh-oh, we're past time.
Oh, no.
All right, we'll make up for it.
Okay. You know, I will mention something that Michelle Montague has mentioned several times at planning commission, that it would be nice to have some more comfortable chairs for both planning commission and council. Just some, for like real,
Let's talk about it here. We're in a budget.
I know, that's, I just remembered to bring it up.
You should go by SMBA, so.
Well, I've seen those chairs, those are like thrones. They're a little much.
That's your.
Like I said, a little more comfortable than these. These aren't bad, but not for 6 hours.
They're not, they're better than the ones at the Storage Center, which really just haven't been replaced. I never noticed until I saw the crucible. It was so long that I was like, oh, I am sitting on the wood of the chair.
All this worn out.
The foam is just like not. I was sitting next to Krista and I just kept thinking, Krista.
The chairs on the decks were really nice.
Huh?
You like those? The chairs on the deck are.
No, I think we're talking about something more like office chairs.
For everyone, oh, for just.
For
council.
Planning.
Just, no, I'm just talking for like 7 or 8 chairs.
They're bored with us and they're just rolling around.
No, like maybe 10 chairs total so that you guys can have 2. And they would just be around for planning commission, council and staff.
Us?
That,
Yeah,
planning, you're.
Guys,
I did.
Pearl over there.
Oh, and Preston, us.
Okay?
Yeah.
I've made a good day.
I think you did good math.
We're talking about maybe getting real office chairs for council and planning commission and staff.
Oh, yeah, we probably would need to get you some tables, some more tables, because they're wider than the little chairs you're on right now.
You're gonna have a space between.
I'm sure we can make it.
Yeah,
We can try.
yeah. Well, I'll look into it.
Each have our own table.
And she's not even sitting on these chairs right now. She brought her own nice chair.
I know.
Well, I wasn't high enough.
I know.
too low.
I do.
So have any of you seen the city bureaus do? They have a real, like with a dais and everything.
Oh, really?
They upscale. It's upstairs in the community center area and it's off to the
The left,
east.
go up the stairs, it's to the left.
No, that's the old, what do they call it, the echo chamber is what they call it. But if you go around where the elevator is, they knocked a hole in the wall and they put a whole bunch of, it's actually it's the west side of that echo chamber room to the left. So you'll get to it from the main.
That's pretty nice.
It's really nice.
Well, should we get started?
Let's do this.
Yes, please.
Let's do it. Next up on the agenda, it's wastewater treatment plant update. That is an update on where we're at with our compliance advisory. Some of y'all will remember back in 2020, and not to be long-winded, in 2020, we had a bit of a personnel issue. And it caused what one of the employees labeled as a spill into the grid because we hadn't been injecting chlorine into the final discharge going into the river. At the end of the day, we firmly believe that there was no violation, that we met our limits without injecting chlorine. I tell you all that because we got sent the cease and desist order, and we have had to do quarterly reports ever since 2020. Talking with Mandy Mercer, who's who's a compliance specialist, I don't know her title, with CDPHE, we have abided by that and sent quarterly reports and talked with her fairly frequently over the last over 4 years now. Well, about 6 months ago, making that up, when was it, Joanne, that she reached out about getting the notice of violation compliance advisory all settled out, arranged a meeting We were actually in this room, Joanne, myself, and Chris Lane. Chris is our ORC. And I was under the impression the entire time that we were under this advisory because of that one issue, the personnel issue that we've been dealing with. Well, we got taken to the woodshed in this PowerPoint presentation that they delivered, and we are being assessed a penalty for, Joanne, I don't want to butcher the explanation, but for effluent, for violations of effluent limitation, dating back to, I think, the
5 years. They have
well,
a 5-year look.
yeah, so it went back to 2018, 2019. So that penalty assessment initially, and the way they assessed it was very interesting methodology that we were not allowed to see or understand.
Nice, nice.
She did a PowerPoint while we were watching, and we snapped some pictures of the slides. She would not share the PowerPoint. She would not share the matrix they used. And the amount of the fine was proportional to the scale of the violation, whether they thought it was intentional, the harm to the environment. It was incredibly complicated. I think I don't know how many pictures Chris took. I have about 12 pictures, and that was just a fraction of this hour-long conversation.
Seems suspect when they won't share their methodology.
Oh, yeah.
State agency, and it's,
And there's no appeal
Give me
process?
well, so to round out, like, A to B kind of deal, the penalty at the conclusion of the slideshow, the final dollar payment that we were gonna be assessed for penalty was gonna be like $63,000, something to that effect. And then subsequent to that, she outlined the appeal process that you just mentioned, John, and a way for us to, I'm forgetting how to characterize it, but make our case for how some of what they were applying towards us didn't count. There was a whole economic benefit section of this methodology that didn't make any sense to me, at least, but that was like one of the biggest assessments for this penalty. So we went through this process. It took several weeks, but we sent a response in an effort to make the case that amount should be significantly less. Took them months to get back to us, and at the end of the day, what's being assessed, and they just sent us it's called a COC, compliance.
Consent to create.
It's $51,000. That will be needing to pay once it goes through the public noticing process, which needs to be transparent, and we're obligated to undertake. So at the end of the day, that's what we're faced with. Certainly not happy about how he certainly wasn't happy with how PHE does things, and then you throw this on top of it, and it's just very, very wild. But Joanne, what else on that?
The economic benefit we showed them. They asked what we had spent on stuff for the wastewater treatment plant over the 5-year period. And we put together everything we've done, most of which had been in the budget, and we just, some years we get more done than 2 other years. And she assessed the economic benefit as everything we hadn't gotten that we had spent over those 5 years, that we had been delaying buying that stuff, and it was an economic benefit. And we put together a response and said, no, this is all stuff we've been planning to do. It has cost us money. And one of the big things was the DO installed oxygen monitoring, and helps us manage the areas more efficiently. And rather, when we didn't have the DO monitoring, we were just running the area 24/7, 365.
And when we finally got somebody to do that, and we went in, she was charging us as an economic benefit for not having had the monitoring in. And when I explained that, when we explained that in the letter, we got something like, I mean, it was like $30,000 worth of economic benefit in Vermont. And we got something like 6,000 back off of it, and it was just the most bizarre process.
So, I mean, super unfortunate, but that's where we're at and being required to pay it and budget accordingly for 2025. The worry was that if they were gonna issue the order and that we would have to pay it in 2024, figured out a way where we could just budget accordingly for 2025. But again, not to harp on this, but it's just I'm extremely disappointed in how don't blame Andy, but how CDPHE handles this whole portion of penalty assessments, and it's a bit shady, to be honest with you. And then the fact that they are lacking in a lot of different areas. I mean, we've been waiting for discharge permit since 2018. 2018.
Oh, God.
And we need targets in order to move forward with our preliminary needs assessment for the wastewater treatment plant.
You can't get them while you're under administrative continuance. And we've got a general permit, which means all they have to do is write a certification that is Ridgway specific. It isn't like they have to go with this whole. I don't know why we cannot get a permit.
So a bit of bad news there. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But
And there's nothing we can do in terms of, at least, like even just talking to our legislators about how.
Well, yeah, I haven't talked to our legislators about CDPHE, but I bitched to Patrick Ron and Ellie every chance I get. I know Joanne does too, but.
I mean,
It seems, it's the part that, you know, was we thought we were doing things we needed to do to be compliant. It feels like a gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the part that rubs me the wrong way the most. We've been wildly attentive. We've done these reports. So much time, energy, and money has gone into all this stuff. The DO stuff that Joanne was talking about, big cost to us. And then for them to just say that there was a savings for us not having done that sooner and slapping a penalty on that, that's the silliest thing.
Penalty doesn't solve the problem, it's just punitive.
Very punitive, extremely punitive. So,
Historically, they had taken the position that if you were spending money on the plant to improve it, the fine might go to the plant, but now it just goes into their coffers.
That's too bad.
Yeah,
That's too bad.
there's some gray areas.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Well, and from my experience, the issue is that if you start making a stink with other government departments that might have some say, then you risk pissing them off even more and making them do more punitive. It just seems so unfair that I'm always like, should I call, as the mayor, should I call a couple of state reps and say, this is really, doesn't seem fair. It seems like it's something.
I'm totally agree. Maybe that's an avenue we need to go, but I mean, I don't feel like Ridgway's alone. I think there's plenty of other systems that are going through similar processes and, the same way, which is appalling.
Yeah.
Which is
Interesting.
Some transparency would be good.
the fact they couldn't show us their method of share their PowerPoint is just wild. And we have to take photos.
Well, and then that just
Open
puts you in a
records.
position where you have to come to us, your board. And it's like, well, we have to pay this.
And not be able to articulate exactly
Why?
Yeah, that's
very
How
well
they came to.
how they came to it.
Yeah.
It just seems silly.
That'd be ironic. Request for another government.
I mean,
I do think it might be worth
Is it?
me calling a couple of state reps, just. What do you think, Glenn?
I don't know, I think we've been sort of keeping our heads down, trying to get through it, and I was hoping it was going to be closer to 30. I mean, luck, and there's not only a lot of lack of transparency, there's a lack of, there's inconsistencies too.
Yeah,
And it's unfortunate. And I'm not sure how hard to learn about it.
yeah, as I was saying, that's always the concern.
But that expenditure, I think it was reflected in your expenditure memo.
Yes.
that's dumb.
Yeah, it's wild.
Sorry.
Oh, and the last thing I'll say, sorry to prolong it, the thing that we were worried about the most, that issue, that personnel deal back in 2020. The total amount levied for what happened then, which we made our case and said, we have evidence to suggest or to substantiate that it's one violations of our limits and stuff, and those were like the smallest penalty amounts levied, like I'm making it up like $500, like $500.
So how long does the town still keep having to pay to send out those quarterly water reports?
How was that?
How long does the town have to keep, paying the
And so-
postage to send out quarterly?
I've been asking Mandy for the last 2 years, when do we stop doing this? And then she had been vague, like, a little bit longer kind of deal. I don't remember exactly what she had said. And then the last time I asked, which was, probably last quarter, was until this is closed out, which will be in December.
Is she retiring?
Joanne, do you know anything about the director, Jill Hunsaker Ryan?
No,
Yeah, she used to be the Eagle County Commissioner.
I recognize the name.
Patrick Ronanelli went to high school with her.
Really? Maybe I'll reach out to Patrick and pick his brain on what it's probably not worth rocking the ball, like you say. I just.
I actually don't know. I think it might be a polite call. I mean, you don't need to grant him, but
No,
I do think a polite, like, hey, I do think it maybe is warranted.
This is sus.
Yeah, I think the thing is, the town is trying to do the right thing. Preston and Joanne have been really trying to work with you. And now we're in this position. We're trying to understand, I think we're trying to understand. I think that's kind of I think that's fair.
We've been very responsive and kind and not rocking the boat, and that didn't work.
Well,
Maybe
I'll
a small ripple.
I think it's a really good idea.
No bullying. I just didn't say the small ripple.
Wait till November.
Jokes,
Ooh.
these are jokes.
These are jokes. Great, someone remember.
Okay, so we're at 51 grand. Sucks, sorry to hear.
Oh, we're sorry.
Yeah, I don't think you guys have done anything wrong. So.
I waited till Joanne was here for that one because I can't hold my own trying to explain all the ins and outs of wastewater. Plus, we don't even have the methodology of the PowerPoint. So, thanks.
the economic benefit is just real.
The economic benefit thing, which I think that's kind of half the point.
Just move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Intersection.
This will be more fun.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
You present the
interesting.
PowerPoint, I'll butcher that too. Intersection control assessment tool results. Acronym is ICAT. So CDOT has a team that can come in and do this intersection control assessment. And so they did in June and July and presented the results to us in September, which can inform next steps potentially. Joanne, I don't know if, I don't know that you want to go through this slide by slide.
No, I think, why don't we just, they explained the program, maybe,
I'll go through these slides.
it's a tool to look at the level of service at the intersections and whether they're safe. And so everybody knows CDOT kind of decides what to work on based on accidents and fatalities. And so everything, level of service is something you guys can all relate to, how long it takes to get onto the highway. Yeah, it's awful. And there are, if you wait 5 seconds, it's an A, and if you wait 15 seconds, it's a B, and they consider everything down to 15 or 20 seconds sort of okay. When, do you have the letters? No, they just have not how
No, there's-
long. That's what,
General
yeah.
descriptions of the conditions, yeah.
But, when we were doing River Park, I remember the traffic study talked about level of service. And then in 30 seconds, people start doing really stupid things. And I remember timing how long it took to get off a railroad onto the highway, and it was in the 25 plus range a lot. Now River Park's built up, it's gotten even worse. But anyway, they looked at the level of service, they counted how many turns in each direction, and they came up with a slide with, we talked about how the shape of the thing was, and their program includes a whole bunch of things to look at, including the roundabout and signals and turn lanes, all the things we talked about over the years. They looked at 4 options for us. Am I jumping too far ahead? Nope. Okay. They looked at the signals with the offset. They looked at realigning it so it wasn't offset and adding signals. They looked at turn lanes and they looked at a roundabout. And they did a detailed assessment of all of those. They evaluated they also looked at making it so the trucks could turn better and what we would have to do that. Then they looked at how to figure out what each of them would cost, and they also have a slide about yeah, that one.
This looks like my students.
Yeah, they did a comparison looking at cost, traffic flow, safety, environmental impacts, and what the public felt. And then they gave a score for each of the options in terms of how they performed and what they cost.
Do you know what this auxiliary lane thing is?
It's the left-hand turn.
Oh, it's left-hand lane. Okay, gotcha.
It would be nice, because when someone's trying to go left and you wanna go right, you get stuck there for a long.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, certainly don't sit there and try and go left someone.
Right, to go around the block a lot. But, I mean, the roundabout,
Bad.
I got
So roundabouts, 5 is bad.
no, it had no
roundabout.
cost, but it had a good
The
score.
roundabout is the best.
Roundabout's the best.
No. Oh, it's the worst option. Because it's expensive,
Rank.
it's a cost.
The ranking.
The ICAT score that I would.
Let's sort of. let's
Yeah,
show you-
oh, sorry, trying to remember. Okay, yeah, the roundabout came out with the lowest ranking, partially because of the cost.
Highest ICAT score, but lowest ranking because of the cost.
Yeah.
As well as.
Yeah, so it'd actually be
Okay.
the most efficient thing to do, but it just costs the most.
What's money?
Well, the ICAT score higher is better, so even those top,
I don't understand this.
Yeah, like I said,
yeah, that, the ICAT score doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't jive with everything else.
Yeah, no, I think they got that backwards. Because the roundabout was the most efficient way to move the traffic. But it wasn't, has all sorts of other problems, but
Does that,
Don would say it's only money.
does that 8.8 include the 3 million for the property?
Must.
It must,
Yeah.
because there's no way.
Right.
It'd be really nice to see them partner with this big regional bus transportation.
it's an MMOF.
Yep. They're working on MMOF right now. Did we put in for anything?
I don't know.
I just saw something from Michelle about an MMOF sweep of them.
Well, it's the GVTPR, next GVTPR meeting. They're outlining the stuff.
I wish money was just like not an issue at all, because the roundabout would be so great to like slow down the traffic flow through town. Not only make it easier to get out and turn, but
If
just
I had
coming
both
through, it
money
would
in the
force
world, I would
everyone to
do one at
slow down.
Amelia and one at Railroad.
Yeah, one at Amelia, one at Railroad, perfect world, totally.
Same. Because that slows down the traffic coming down.
It's a natural traffic impediment, because it naturally makes everyone have to slow down, especially like the out of towners who are just flying through town at 50 or whatever.
72.
Some of the roundabouts is property acquisition.
Yes.
Yeah.
It takes.
So, and
There's
yeah,
also the 4F for those who remember.
That's what I was gonna say.
the what?
The 4F.
We can't use
Yeah.
park property for anything because it
They
gets.
did not seem to think that was an impediment.
Oh, really?
Didn't bring up 4F.
So the, basically, the town park land has to be town park.
You got a federal grant at some time. Kind of stipulation you can never be used for this.
That we can't chip away.
Right.
I think that was gonna be.
Was gonna sue, and that's, I think, what Joanne said. CDOT didn't seem to think it'd be a problem. It's like, who's going to?
Yeah.
Who's gonna enforce?
That's another thing that may lack transparency.
Where would it go?
So are
Okay,
we supposed
so
to
the-
decide anything, or is this just sort of an FYI, like, yeah, all the options are gonna cost a lot of money and.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of more than an FYI. I mean.
Are you gonna
it's a strategic plan to do this?
Yeah, it's a strategic.
Next steps, outcomes and stuff, and so that's why we're here. The recommendation.
I think it would be good to maybe think about doing the signal study. I think it would give us more information in terms of whether or not doing anything more to control it. You know, is worthwhile, and specifically worthwhile. I mean, they were here for a couple of days. And I think.
When were they here?
In depth.
I will say, if you start looking at these, obviously the offset is cheaper because we're not talking about land acquisition, but if we went down this road and we were talking about doing a signal, if you start looking at the aligned signalized intersection, I have a sneaking suspicion if we start talking to Ridgway residents, they're not going to want a stoplight in town.
Lose their minds.
I'm just like,
I agree.
and we don't look at another couple $1 million and go, ugh, but, our residents are not gonna be pleased with that. And because so much of the time, it is fine, which is nice with the roundabout, is you just go on around the roundabout. If you're driving through town at 2 p.m., well, not 2 p.m. anymore, but 8 p.m., it's fine, it's just between 2 and 6, it's impossible, and in the morning, same deal. So, but yeah, I mean, I would be down for a signal study, but I just feel
I
like
think
the
you would
pushback
get
can be.
information from the signal study. I think you could,
To support the roundabout.
to support the round.
Okay,
I think you can structure what you ask the consultant to do that would, I mean, any place that you can do single lane signals around about's okay. Or better,
okay,
which is that they got more. But the land is the big thing,
right,
this one.
Who owns that piece of land there?
that's the.
It's also-
That's the Alvin
But now, if I remember correctly, they offered to sell that to us, a portion
For-
up there by the road.
But now they're-
Price.
But now they're trying to offload all of it.
I know, but still, I mean, it seems like it might still be an option rather than spending $3 million.
I'm not joking though about talking to CDOT about regional bus transportation access, and is there multimodal money that could assist in that property? Cause it, again, maybe even better than I was talking parking lot over on off of Clinton, this is starting to be a little bit closer to the condos. You know, your access to park and moving people around, like, it was really tough to hear, you know, Telluride talk about, we'll just pick up over across the highway. And we all know that if you do that, any regional bus transportation is doomed to not be effective. And so if we don't have a spot that we can put buses that stop in Ridgway, that's a long-term transportation problem, which again, thinking sustainability, are there state partnerships on those things? Cause that would get, yeah, let's do a signal study, but how can we move people in and out of that area?
Does eminent domain factor into this? Like, for,
It could,
Good, maybe you could open.
it'd be messy, probably.
oh, of course, yeah.
Could we
Take a while.
look at buying the
Look how long
whole
it's still on the bike.
itself and then our affordable housing partnership, like having that land be more attainable housing? Like, we get the roundabout, we get housing, we get a better place for a bus stop. One plus
That'd be a pretty amazing,
Be a pretty
huge thing to pull off, but it'd be
Big to pull
pretty
off.
amazing.
but there might be funding opportunities for all of those things and grants and,
Then
oh my gosh, it's almost.
going back to what Pam was talking about, you gotta be able to,
You got staff. too.
you gotta be able to administer it all.
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
Grant writing is one thing, administration is a whole nother.
you know,
Grant writing and administrator. Another staff person.
we're just spending the money.
Let me, I could spend money like nobody's done.
So what direction do you need from us with this? Do we need to budget for a signal study in 2025? Is that kind of a?
I guess maybe budget for a signal/traffic study. And maybe something in terms of planning to look at some of the other options. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
looking at doing something more with the Alphaville properties. Are there any of those? So then we invite the Alphaville property, you know about?
The only one I know
Say again.
trust.
Yeah, the home trust is interested in the parks, but I just don't know how realistic it is that they acquire it.
No,
Is a combined purchase with the home trust
Or
split?
a resale of portion to them.
Is that in the cards here?
That's just a lot of money to carry in the meantime.
Correct.
But it is a possibility.
So we do have in the CIP, the intersection treatment. It is in our 5-year plan. Yes, it's yellowed. There's no dollar now, it's yellow.
We've known that this is coming, but CDOT was eventually gonna start to get grumpy at us about that intersection.
Oh, it was real nice. They did the study.
Yeah,
for-
no, this is,
It is, I'm surprised they showed the current level of service on the.
Yeah.
That it's actually gonna be like 2046.
well, but
Totally a mistake.
But I
That
think,
is unrealistic.
but I think that reflects that it isn't bad most hours of the day, right? There are these periods where it becomes completely unworkable. And it's really bad, it's completely failing, but the rest of the time, like, it's not that big a deal.
So it should actually read A and D, not A3.
Yeah, it would be really, no, I'm like, please tell me what score you give it at 4:30 or at 5 o'clock, like what score does it get at 7 AM? Like, that's what I actually really would like to know, like, because again, they have a pretty methodology and numbers here. But is that an average amount of time, which is kind of what I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, I would assume that too, but I think it would take a lot of effort to be able to look at, sit there and time. The traffic counters don't time how long you're waiting. And so you need something more sophisticated to remotely measure how long the stack is and how long it. But hopefully, they gave us, I think, 3 names.
From consultants,
Yeah,
yeah, to do something more comprehensive.
to do
I mean,
something.
what they did was, it was wonderful, but not as comprehensive as, full-blown signal or traffic study. So that's the draw on that.
So would the signal study include the consultant costs, or would that be 2 separate?
No, that would be, well, I think we would request a traffic study that included the signal study. That would look at not only a signal, but look at other ideas on how to make that.
And for your comment, doing that signal study would help draw attention.
Yeah.
I would like to see some money put into that, because we've been talking about this for years, and it's not getting any better. It's not gonna get any better.
I do wonder, yeah, I agree. I wonder what's gonna happen when Lower Street gets built out though. What that might do for some of those times a day where high school students and teachers are coming down Railroad Street, they might opt Lower Street instead.
Well, Laura's still only a one-way, right? Isn't it? Right next to the.
No, it's two-way.
Two-way without
It's
parking.
two-way.
But I guess, yes, that might relieve some of it, but
Yeah, I'm not saying
it's
it's
the
just-
line of traffic from Telluride,
Yes.
coming to Telluride.
Yeah, it's more like the the town
Yeah, it's
commuter
act-
traffic, that's the worst part.
Yeah, because if you're trying to get from, one side of town to the other, like, it's like, all right, how can I? It's
Oh,
a
yeah,
strategy.
I completely plan and strategize like which street I'm gonna come out on, because I'm more likely to hit a break in traffic at that part of 62. and-
Yeah, it's like, I'm not gonna get a break on Amelia, somebody might give me a
Yeah.
spot if I go further
If I go
down.
down to Laura, or, yeah, totally.
Hoping next to Laura, turn right, and you make one of the ways everybody gets out.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
That's why I have an e-bike and I just go out of the crosswalk and dare people.
No,
I have.
switching to that side of the highway has been like, I'm like, oh my God, this sucks.
I got pulled over by one of our marshals pulling down the railroad.
Oh, yeah.
He said, you can't be doing this. That's the only way to get across.
That's the only way to get out.
I've had people.
Stop, break, you gotta go.
Coming down
right
the
then.
And I'm like, A, you were going too fast. And B, where are you going? There's a line of cars, just let me turn.
So it sounds like there's consensus for a signal or a traffic study.
Traffic study.
And this is where, for us, you asked Joanne, what's a ballpark cost for a traffic signal study, Joanne?
This, I looked
What's
at
the ballpark price?
I have no idea,
I
but we can make this look
call,
all.
and it says $3,500 per intersection. Look, this is the
It's
AI.
either that or Kevin and
I don't like it.
started
I
moving
would
to-
do this.
It's a golf cart.
No, Uber Eats. It was a Sherman Online Live skit. That was it, but you actually can call and you can arrange somebody to be at a crosswalk when you're gonna drive across so that they can cross and that's been a jump for a
I
long time.
like that,
It's a business. Yeah. It's a business. We've been talking about that.
because people have to stop for the pedestrian and then you can get a.
That's the only way you can get out.
That's hilarious.
My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I just start walking like you. I just start walking out and make me stop.
You don't, yeah, you don't have.
Yeah,
a choice.
I do, like, there's been a couple times, like, I should.
So Polly, that's funny. So I just Googled, same as you, I'm sure, intersection study cost.
Uh-huh.
And the first thing says 3,500 per intersection, but then if you go down, it says on average, traffic intersection studies evaluations typically range from 10,000 to 30,000.
Not big, that's not.
That sounds.
Yeah.
I think we put down 30,000 just to be conservative.
Just to cover ourselves.
And I had in that line out, Joanne, for you, had money for intersection treatment. And I think that might have been a carryover, so should I just get rid of that?
I think so.
Because you wouldn't need to do anything with that.
Not
Okay.
for,
Okay.
well, Ron would probably review what we did to make sure that since we
We
have
have more than 10 intersections, 3,500.
But it would be, I should reach out when I need to add it.
It's good.
All right, up on this one?
Thanks, John.
That's great.
What next? Let's see, it's like growing water smart.
Growing water smart, I won't, go through this slide by slide, but it should look familiar. We were lucky to be chosen to attend the Growing Water Smart workshop in last October, so a year ago. And what came out of it was our team came out of it.
Look how much younger Preston is.
Because John's
I
doing
didn't have any praise that. Out of it. There's a lot that came out of it, but we came up with our Growing Water Smart message with the storytelling approach. It's there on that slide, and then our action plan. Organized by goal and the associated outcome. And there are 5 different goals and outcomes within the action plan. Sorry for. But we were able to make headway on this goal, reducing landscape water usage on municipal turf by implementing the pilot project here in Harwell Park, which I know we've gotten a few phone calls from folks who were not happy with the pilot project, but I think beyond that, it's been pretty well received. I think Alpine Property Services out of Montrose did a really good job with that section, and we got rid of 3 sprinkler zones in there, which is pretty good. But anyway,
What's been the negative feedback?
taking away park space. I talked with one of the vendors who, for the farmer's market, was put out by coming walk across the rocks instead of the grass. Hasn't been significant, but has anyone else heard any?
My wife reading the plan, I was like, why did they plant hibiscus? Those things are gonna die. Not hibiscus, hydrangea.
The only other thing I heard was from Dave Jones, and he was concerned about tripping hazard with the size of the rocks. I think it was, well, right.
Like on the sidewalks.
Yeah, like on the walking path.
Seems on the sidewalk.
I mean, we can put in some flagstones or some cement tiles or something in a couple of places to make pathways to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly was pretty happy with the way it turned out.
I think it's great.
I was picturing it being potentially others. And then the only other feedback I get about my own garden that I've done is just that it's gonna make it hotter. You
It'll
know,
make it a lot harder.
you know, those rocks can soak up heat on the hottest days. So
Yeah.
But I think water savings are more important.
You could put messages on the affirmation station saying, this isn't as hot as you think.
You think it's hot now?
It could be hot,
I think that's supposed to be.
just like.
Not a threat.
So that was, that was one of the low hanging fruits, if you will, as part of this action plan. There are plenty of other projects, concepts, ideas that were outlined in this plan, again, organized by goal. We talked about not just one demonstration area, but multiple, not just in Hartwell Park, but in some of our other park spaces. Municipal turf replacement installation sites, if you will. We talked about, or we don't talk about, what we identified here, municipal park irrigation upgrades, which goes towards what Polly was talking about earlier today in the council meeting the other day, and what we have budgeted for, what we talked with Public Works about, and Stephen was one who brought this up, but investing in the smart controllers so that we have the capabilities on our phones to turn on and off the irrigation system zones, depending on if it's raining at 10 o'clock at night.
Will it be actually just automated though? So like, Charlie and I did the irrigation system in my yard this year. And it's completely automated. Like, yes, you can access the app if you specifically want to turn it off. Like when I slept on the trampoline with my kid, I just turned it off.
Right.
But if there's any like water forecast in the next 24 hours, or if you've already had water, it's weather sensitive and it just automatically shuts it off. We've used less water than we've ever used, and it's AI. It's amazing. It's amazing how nice and smart those apps could be.
That's also in, so that's not what I was talking about. That's another item in here, which is, I imagine pretty expensive. I don't know how much you and Charlie paid for y'all's, but what Stephen was telling me it would cost would be pretty exorbitant. If we were talking all of Athletic Park.
Right, you have to redo it all in order to make it smart sensitive.
Conduit Hall, yeah.
Conduit Park. So, but yeah, that was what I remember we talked about sitting around the table in conjunction was the weather sensing stuff and actually digging up the lines and being more efficient with resetting the zones and of course the weather sensing capability, which would put all of us at ease. Or put me at ease.
Well, and that's another thing that takes staff time. Why did I see the sprinklers on when it was raining?
Can add this to the task list of street crosser guy.
It's gonna be Preston's administrative assistant / street crosser guy / sprinkler turner off guy.
You have things in here like low impact development standards, relooking at, water rates and stuff like that, the standard type stuff. Low impact development standards being a really interesting one that communities going towards more natural landscapes as it relates to stormwater systems and stuff like that. There's more to it than that, but it's been a good amount of time talking through that. And then this one's a little more general, but ensuring that our community is informed, supportive, bought in, revolves around, media plan, educating and pushing. We joined Colorado Waterwise earlier this year, made some efforts to put messaging out that comes by way of their like social media, editorial calendar toolkits and such. But the buck doesn't really stop there. I mean, outreach at events, potentially re-looking at modifying our conservation and water management plan, which I think was last done or maybe put into place in like 2018. It's probably something that we need to do here in the next year or two. I'm rambling now, but there's a lot of really good stuff in here. And I guess people like John, Joanne, TJ, Tanya, I say like it was really important to us. We had a really good time talking through and putting this action plan together. And so the whole point here is just to make sure that it stays at the forefront, because that's the commitment we made to the Sonoran Institute, Colorado River District. And even if Nothing is budgeted for this year. We've met our commitments, and I think it's, as long as I'm here, I'd love to talk about this every year during budget time.
Do we have any plans on tap for this year?
Say again.
Do we have any plans on tap for this year to, any water wise, besides what we've already done?
Besides what we already done, the only thing I mentioned that we have in the budget so far is the, we segued to talk about the weather sensing stuff, but the smart controllers for the irrigation systems, which I think, Steven said,
Did here at 5,000.
yeah, about 5,000 for all the controllers.
Well,
As actually you're looking at this slide, this says relook at water rates. How long, it all blends together, how long has it been since we looked at water rates? Because when we did it back in 2019, we said we need to do it every 2 to 3 years so that we don't blindside people with large.
You don't want to be the city
increases.
here, right? Just popping everyone's rates up in a huge.
Well, even in 2019, when we did it, we didn't drastically increase people's rates, but it was
Some people.
some people, well, some people felt like we did. Those people also were paying under structures that had residents subsidizing them. So I think it's just, if that's not, it
It's on
should
the
be,
list.
okay, because I
I
was like,
don't know if I'll get to it. It's on.
okay, thanks, John.
But I mean,
Because
I
I,
hear what you're saying. I mean, it's certainly time to do it. And are we obligated to do it as part of,
probably were.
ductile iron?
They, DOLA concluded that we had the revenue to pay the debt for that.
That's,
And I'm gonna, both Hotchkiss and Lake City got Rural Community Assistance Corporation, RCAC, I think that's what it stands for. To do a rate study for them this year.
Okay.
And I'm trying to talk Kate into doing something for Ridgway.
We have included our success with this in, as one of the highlights in that award application. Small towns do big things. This is called out.
Ready to go to CIP?
Yeah.
Yep, are we on to talk?
So we have $5,000 for smart control.
but yeah, give or take. And then,
It's already in the budget.
Yeah, good.
and then, look at water rates. Hopefully we can get to that sooner rather than later. I mean, that would be a big task and undertaking there.
It's in the budget too, Joanne.
Yeah,
Carried over.
but, yeah, I mean, we can certainly move on, but, we can keep talking about this at future budget meetings and such. You're welcome. Throw out any ideas or thoughts you have. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Everyone's favorite part.
Yeah. Capital improvement sheets, are broken down in 5 and 10 years. The 5-year some of the items are highlighted in yellow. Those are items that came from staff this year. None of these items are in the actual budget document yet. So they're here for discussion with council. So they're also broken down by fund, the general, the water, and the sewer. The first page, there's the items that are in white are items that have been on the plan previously. I think all of these were previously on here. If I see one that we added and didn't highlight, I'll let you know. Preston and I did clean up the plans this year and took some items that were in 5-year and put them into 10-year. So when we get to the 10-year, there may be items council wants to move back to 5-year.
And vice versa, there were some things.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, like the Heritage Park construction documents, we need some feedback from the chamber. Last I had heard, they were not as gung ho about their potential visitor center down.
I haven't even heard that discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah, our next meeting's on Monday, so I could find out.
So, the Amelia Street construction project still on the 5-year at 4 million. That he wants to move to the.
Well, I think that's one that, I don't know, it almost needs to be broken as per our discussion earlier today and do a north and south. Because I don't see us undertaking County Road 5 to Laura Street in one go. And if we were to pursue some CDOT funds about access to the school, the south side would be more dust control. And the north side would be more school.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of maybe breaking that up into chunks.
Because I could see leaving like the north on the 5-year and the south moving it to the 10, because I just. Yeah, well, really, you think it'd be the other way?
Well, the thing that has always
Like in terms of like
driven
the
us in mind is
stuff.
dust.
Yeah, I mean, the dust is bad, like, it
Yeah.
has health impacts that people.
Dust is bad, but when we brought this up before, the primary sentiment of the town seemed to be turning into the speed limit. There was a lot of concerns about paving. They're saying people driving too fast.
Let me tell you, what people do right now
Yeah,
is they speed anyway.
Yeah,
And then they speed and they kick up dust.
yeah, no matter what the surface is, we have to look at.
and there's gonna be a huge amount of construction traffic on Amelia for the next 5 years, as Charlie Perry builds everything there.
And because of the water treatment.
And because of the water treatment, exactly, so there's gonna be a huge amount of traffic on it, which will cause gravel roads to deteriorate quickly and have lots of maintenance.
Also
Costs.
damage when you do the whole streetscape.
Need a real strong street section.
But I think that section needs to be strong no matter what, because it's County 5
There's a
too,
lot of traffic.
right, and that's how I it comes down from Elk Meadows and.
That's, the south side is something that we need to talk to the county about, because that chunk of Amelia is carrying a lot of county traffic.
County traffic, yeah.
See if we can get that included. You're there at IGA.
Yeah.
And then we'll throw some money.
Totally, so it shouldn't just be on the town to maintain when it's all that county traffic coming down.
Well, because we're gonna have to, whatever paving happens is gonna have to go a little bit onto County Road 5, because otherwise, if people are driving up onto it as they enter town, you gotta design where that's gonna start.
The limit, town limits goes up County Road 5 a little bit. So
So we actually.
where exactly, not quite sure, our map isn't scientific, but we generally in the same spot.
Okay.
For the county. So
Pretty much it has some.
Yeah, they have Boulevard, yeah.
that's cool.
So I think I'm hearing that you want to break the first line item on the 5-year Amelia Street construction project. Put half of it on the 10-year and keep half of the 5-year.
Maybe just split it.
I believe them both on the 5-year and split.
Realistically, we're not gonna do both 5 years.
Sure.
I mean, so,
So which one are we gonna do?
or we move them to the 10-year, and as the, like, if energy surfaces to really move one of them to the 5-year.
If that's true, next budget year, they could just be moved.
You could just leave them on the 5-year now, if not sure, just break it out.
But I do like
And
breaking.
then,
Just calling north and south, and splitting them into 200 each, or 2 million each.
Was there speed bumps or something?
Well, if we pay, we could do those.
That's a massive.
You have a
Yeah.
valley and speed.
Speed tables,
If that's what you're talking about.
yeah, just.
That's what
This is something that-
Would it,
But cut that
best to
dust
maybe
down.
do divots?
Can we do full on like Mexican style speed bumps that if you don't stop, like slow down?
So the water, Like we
You know
do.
what I'm talking about.
Divert the water into a place that we actually want water to flow. So it doesn't.
Yeah, we have a big one at Amelia. Which turns south off of Amelia. The Drainage goes across the street there.
Yeah, just
What-
have like
Upward runs.
a couple of those events instead of.
Now let's keep going, guys. Keep going.
We have-
Next item on the.
Okay.
Hey, squirrel, squirrel.
The next item on there is the acquisition of South Robert Street right away. That's been on there for many years, that's to acquire the road. Along the Peters building. The master plan implementation and subdivision updates is on 5-year. And some of the Heritage Park construction docs.
What are the subdivision updates? Like, I don't actually know what that is.
I think we've been doing some of that,
Yeah.
the planning commission, I'm guessing it
Is
was
that like our
the code updates.
Our
Parking.
chapter 7 and all that? Okay.
Is
You want that
right,
cleaned up to just say master park implementation?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, so, I mean, subdivision updates. Done.
Okay.
I think if we looked at the goals and stuff in the map plan, and maybe some more specific things that are more CFP kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's exactly right, because there's a whole list of goals that we look at to inform strategic plan recommendation each year. So,
I would strike subdivision updates if none of us know what actionable item that is.
The first item that yellowed is the town hall assessment and design for reconfiguring. That was my item that I asked for. I think it's really important that we start looking at town hall for our staffing needs. We're maxed and we've got people sitting on so close to one another, they can't have conversations with the public without interfering with the other person's work. So I think it's time for us to look at this building and what we can do to change some things.
Sure.
And we need space to hire a person.
Prestige assisted.
Did we pull 25 grand just kind of as
Yeah, that was the number Preston I came up with.
no problem cost, but just to get somebody, a consultant in to, yeah,
Yeah, to do the design.
okay.
I like it. Do it.
Then we have the athletic park implementation of master plan that started this year with one of the items that was pulled out and funded. This item, I guess, is just a catch-all. It doesn't,
it's not broken out by phase or.
yeah.
So I'm curious, obviously, and this one's been the baseball side of it and the meeting with pickleball because trying to coordinate and not double pay for project management and yada, yada, yada. And I reached out to FCI in Durango and they did a whole, I gave them the documents that DHM had done for the town when they did the athletic park master plan. And they went through it and said that they actually think the cost should be because they build things like this pretty frequently locally, you know? And so I guess the question that pickleball and baseball has been wrestling with is like, then what is the town's involvement or skin in the game in terms of like, each user group is supposed to be raising the money to build their section of the park. But will the town be putting funds in to help pay for like the project management aspect of the implementation?
I don't
Well, it's town
know
property,
that was an agreement.
so, I mean, unless people, town council sees it differently, it would make the most sense for the town to contract to oversee, ensure everything meets standards and stuff like that. So,
But you,
But I don't think
But-
we,
but you guys
I don't think-
can't manage the whole project. I mean,
yeah, we will.
We'd hire a contractor.
you hire a contract, that's what I'm saying. You have to hire a contractor.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know that with either user group that we're talking about for phase 2, that we've had any sort of discussion about. Yes, pickleball has taken it on themselves to fundraise and tell us that they have fundraised.
So it's baseball.
And
So, yeah.
we have not hammered out with either of these groups any expectation about how much will be fundraised and how much will just be paid by the town. That
I guess that's my
discussion
question.
hasn't happened yet. In fact, that was the
That's
discussion
really
the
what my
last time
question is right now.
pickleball came to us, as I said, we can't have this conversation until we have a conversation that includes baseball, because you're both in phase two, and it's, unless we want to talk about it 2A, 2B.
That's literally what I'm asking though, because I did have a conversation as my baseball hat, not my town council hat, with pickleball, and that's literally the question I'm asking town council right now, like, what is the idea for contribution?
I mean, if this,
That's the discussion.
if it's, if you guys, if the two inch groups were under the impression that you were each paying for all of the cost of your particular portions of the park, that's not what we were saying. I think we were saying that if you were gonna put in a significant amount, but we were gonna get grants and things to do the rest. My feeling wasn't that we were
No,
gonna
and
say
speaking
for pickleball has to
I
pay for
attended
it.
a pickleball board meeting because they were asking me to give them an understanding of how the budget process should work out. Their conclusion was that, I informed them, basically what you said is, it's the town's building up the park. Any money that you can raise to contribute would help accelerate the timeline, because there's no expectation that you have to raise all of it. I think they got the impression from the baseball folks that you were planning on raising the none.
Well, we're just raising as much as we can, because we don't want it to be a 10-year plan, because the
Right.
baseball program will die if we don't do a field for 10 years,
Right.
you know?
But they sent a letter to the council.
Yeah, we read it.
where They're offering up 50K for this year's budget to assist whatever funds the town chooses to put into this 2025 budget. Their thought was the next phase that we synergistic with baseball to do the actual construction plan. And their money would help pay for that in addition to money the town is putting in.
Just so we're all on the same page, the high level cost estimate that came with the master plan, just as a reminder, was 2.3 million.
And that's not enough to do both baseball fields. That's not, it's gonna be more like 3 million to do the 2 baseball fields. The problem is that they staged that.
Well, and this is high level, like they weren't talking.
I know, I say that when I met with FCI, they gave me a really.
But Terry's exactly right, or you're on the right track. The next step to advance that next phase, which is identified in the plan, is construction level engineered documents. And so what I would advise is if there's an appetite on the town council's part to advance to that in the 2025 budget, that would be, and that's what I try to tell pickleball, because they send MOUs and stuff like that. It's like, well, if the town council says, let's move it. Town council says advance that in the 2025 budget, then we can talk about an MOU, see how much money you have, see what you can to help underwrite and offset and stuff like that. But that, not just pickleball, baseball as well. So.
Well, I think my understanding, their desire for an MOU is if they contribute money, they want to know what's in it for them. And in other words, how is the money going to be used? Yeah, well, but in addition, what does the contribution that they raise, what does it mean?
Entitle them to.
Yeah.
I think, yeah,
But they're thinking, if you read the MOU.
Oh, I did.
Specifics.
It made me incredibly uncomfortable, to be completely frank. It made me really uncomfortable to have like, oh, this one specific club is going to have access to the courts and then allow the public. That made me feel very, that wording was not okay.
which is why.
Because it's a public.
But this is why though, like, I think, as we've told pickleball before, this is a process that includes more than just pickleball. It has to go through the governmental process. And I think it would be great for us maybe to look at doing these construction level documents. But their insistence on absolute control of the process is actually really a turnoff and really activates the desire to be petty that I'm gonna resist because I'm a public official who's a grown-up. But it's there.
I didn't understand that was what they were.
I don't, yeah.
They were offering assistance, offering money and suggesting how their money could be used.
I agree, the meeting I had with them, I did not get that feeling. They seemed like they just really wanted to be helpful.
Right,
Like-
I don't think they want to control the process at all. They just want to accelerate it.
Which I understand the acceleration, but
I mean, if that's something that we can,
I did get the understanding that they wanted control.
so I mean, I guess in terms of just keep making sure it moves forward. Is that something that we can add in on line items to say, okay, whatever the cost is gonna be to get the construction level and to get the engineering documents to actually have that design, because once that's designed, then it helps, it's so much easier to fundraise when you have exact numbers of like, oh, this is gonna cost this is gonna cost this, like. I think in terms of the user groups, if the town, like, I mean, the town did awesome in doing phase one and like, boom, like that's done this year, that's fantastic. Then you keep the process moving forward. I mean, the next step is hiring like the designer, the architect, the engineer, the whatever, to get these construction level documents designed. That's
Yeah, I think-
definitely the next step.
Well, and I think that kind of informs everybody on
Totally.
how much that next phase
Exactly.
is
It'll help,
gonna cost.
basically it'll help pickleball, it'll help everyone like get.
And I think if we don't move forward on this plan, we just then did a second park master plan last year, so I think it's really important that both parks aren't going to get something done every year, but because that was something that we were demanded of in the Green Street process, well, when are you doing this? Yeah, well, this year we did this, like, we don't want, North Ridgway to feel like they're being neglected.
So last year we spent 128,000 phase one. So there's likely expectations that we're going to proceed to phase two in 2025, right?
Well, but we also, again, setting expectations, this doesn't mean that the rest of phase two is completed in 2026, like
But
that's.
there's
Well, no, but you have to
time
talk about-
expectation from baseball.
No.
My impression attending their meeting, they had great things to say about the meeting with the baseball folks, is that they want to synergistically help the town fund and accelerate the process.
Move forward, yeah.
And the
I
next
think-
step is plans.
Yeah, I
Next
think
step is
we just need to,
plans. Let's
we need
do
to
that.
put the construction drawing piece on the 2025 plan.
We'll look at it, we'll find a number to
Okay.
put in there and talk about it again.
And then they can contribute whatever amount the town wishes to ask for that $50,000 to help. It may not cost a total of $50,000.
Guessing for the whole thing in the cost to plan both the pickleball courts and ball fields. But,
Yeah.
but who knows?
Oh,
We'll see.
sorry, are we just focusing on two? We're not focusing on the whole thing?
Just
Phase two.
phase
Oh,
two.
two.
construction.
Okay.
Though, from baseball's perspective, part of why we're trying so hard to raise money behind the scenes right now is it makes way more sense financially to do both fields at the same time. Because none of that south end of the park is developed at all right now, and so in order to do all of like the groundwork and the drainage and the irrigation and all this stuff, it makes way more sense to do all of that end at once. And because then you're also bringing in heavy machinery to do all that, that heavy machinery is going to be staged in the old parking lot, which is going to end up being the pickleball court. So from our discussions between baseball and pickleball, it just makes way more sense to have the regulation baseball field, the little league softball field, and pickleball all be sort of synergistically being done in the same phase, because economy of scale in terms of bringing in dirt work and landscaping and drainage and all.
Yeah.
So we've got construction and engineering
So-
drawings for phase two.
And well, actually, though, what Josie is talking about is actually pulling the Little League
Pulling the Little
field
League.
out of phase four and putting it
Into phase two. I mean, that's our goal of
Yeah.
fundraising.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just, so Pam has the notes.
Yeah, so when we're asking them to design, we would want them to design construction level docs for both fields and the
Both ball
pickleball
fields.
courts.
The other item that we had from carried over from last year was purchase of an affordable housing unit. I think at one time we were looking at Weddermore, so we decided we want to leave that in there. Then we go into the items that are yellow. These are items that we placed in here this year. First is the intersection treatment at North Railroad and Highway 62, which
Just discussed.
we just discussed doing the study on. Would you like to leave this in here non-yellowed?
Yeah, probably non-yellow.
Okay. So we'll just leave this in here with no amount right now. The microgrid on space to create, that's just a carryover. I'm gonna clean that up, so that actually won't be on here, it's just going into the budget. We have a truck replacement that needs to happen for one of our employees who splits time between Parks and Water Department. And we're looking at $40,000 to buy a used truck. We've got the purchase of the property in River Park subdivision. We did put that into the budget this year. We're carrying it over into next year at 80,000.
Have we heard anything back from that from our meeting?
Mr. Rivera.
Sorry, we keep going. I was just curious if we'd heard anything back.
Well, yeah, we've put out the final written offer. Mr. Sneed lives in Asheville. Client just got done. So we afforded an additional.
That's fair enough.
And we're not gonna hear from them anyway, so.
Yeah.
That's just nothing to be magnanimous.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Then we have the patrol vehicles that you discussed earlier. It sounded like council is in agreement with that. I think this number
Yeah,
probably
like option 2.
is gonna need to be cleaned up a little bit.
Number a little higher.
I'll change that and get that back to you. There is a request to replace the John Deere backhoe that we currently have, which is a 310 with a John Deere 410. And we put it in here, splitting it 3 ways between the 3 different funds at $56,667. Guys sound like they really think we need it.
Yeah, the John Deere one that we have is high maintenance.
Another item we have in here that we carried over from last year that we increased the cost of what is the playground structure in Foreign Place in Hartwell Park. We put this in with the intention that it would be done, if it's done, it would be done with a grant, it would pay for half the cost. So we'd be looking at a $200,000 grant for a $400,000 project.
I know that Sarsa asked us to do a rubberized geogrid thing. Again, I as sustainability, we got the adorable letter about how to
That
prefer
letter
wood
was
chips.
awesome.
Wood chips are also recyclable and they break down and
Yep.
there's a little kid who brought us the letters, but I do, sure, reading way more about playground surfaces and sustainability than I ever thought I would. As we move forward in that, continuing to keep an eye to, are there options other than the Foreign Place? And I know the parks guys were excited about it, but that would be another matrix activity for the SAB to take a look at there too. So just some things, I don't know, just throwing it out there about the Foreign Place.
I mean, I think that's worthy of conversation for sure. And I don't think anyone in Public Works is married to the idea of a Foreign Place, although it would be nice not to have to deal with the wood chips. One thing I wanted to say is, I don't know, I would kind of advise, I don't know that we should bank on a GoCo grant. John and I went to the GoCo Roadshow at the 4-H Center like months ago.
Yeah.
Got some good feedback on how to better our application whenever we can actually resubmit the next cycle for GoCo, but it's so, I've said this before, it's so competitive, GoCo these days. I don't know that we should even reflect a revenue line item that we're gonna get this grant. So I guess that leads me to ask, is there an appetite, assuming we don't get a GoCo grant and we'll look for other grants, I just don't know if that's realistic to move forward with an expenditure like this to replace that playground, the playground structure itself.
Do you know what kind of small, you know, if they're a big plan, either do the track and all that, they go after the equipment also? Is that-
No,
There's a sign on the fence right there.
They can't.
We have to go through the town is the only one that can apply for.
They wanted to request that we be a fiscal sponsor for that. We made them aware of this initiative and some of our needs.
Because there's a sign on the fence in the school that says this was funded.
But that would be prior,
Previous.
things that were done in
Previous,
the
before that
past.
GoCo grants to do stuff previous.
Yeah.
But am I remembering correctly that this all started with insurance asking us?
It actually came from, no, I think it really came from the park staff saying, hey, we probably should look at this aging piece of equipment and I think the kids are, I don't know,
I think
but
it's
they
fine.
sure seem happy with it when I see them out there
Kids have
playing on
never
it.
complained about
Did
this
you
park.
give a presentation that we get dinged at insurance rates or something?
No, you're exactly,
Yeah.
you guys are right. I'm meeting it deep, but like there's a, they call it the loss audit every year.
Oh, yeah.
Loss control audit, and
Do we
so
pay
to send
something?
someone out
No,
to
we
look
don't
at
pay
anything
fine.
and everything to say, oh, this power cord isn't plugged in. Someone's gonna trip on it.
Yeah. It's
There's like a cracked piece of plastic on
Cause
the
one of,
playground, they'll call that out.
every year they'll call it out.
So
It's not.
so there's that, but I,
Fix it.
the thing that comes to mind is right now we have Hartwell Park play structure in one of these phases of the athletic park. There's playground equipment, there's playground equipment in the Green Street plan.
We need to probably put the new stuff in before whatever.
Well, but unless the old stuff is at its lifespan, and that's really that really is the question of. Yes, there's a cracked piece of plastic and they're gonna call it out, but is it truly at the end of its lifespan?
it's been like 25 years.
Okay, so it's
And
probably-
the lifespan is like, I don't know, I don't know if there's any. Someone said, maybe it was Steve.
Okay,
I know Steven said that he spends a lot of time trying to keep it up,
okay.
fix it, make it safe.
But I mean, this is good conversation to have. Playgrounds slated and plans and such.
In the school board plan too, there's not.
I wonder if there are playgrounds coming from an accessibility standpoint. Like not just outside, not that kind of stuff, but to update the playground equipment to make it more accessible to kids of all ability levels.
So that's why we thought our
Yeah.
GoPro grant application would be like pretty
So,
solid.
yeah.
like,
Yeah, because that's not a bad idea.
You know, I feel about this same as I did last year, which is we do a lot in this town for adults and throwing concerts and doing things, and we've got kind of the school age kids and getting into athletics. Like, there's not a whole lot that we do for the littles.
The littles or the teens.
Well, the teens aren't, yeah, it's a different question. But yeah. So, I mean, I'm okay. It's just a big number.
And so we're gonna kick that can down the road, right?
I think I'm hearing that you'd like me to not make that item yellow.
I agree. I would say, yeah, that's what I would say. I would say unyellow it, but keep it in the 5 year.
Leave it on the 5
I mean, I think it's something that we need to, you know, if we find that this year that economic conditions continue to be good, it is something that maybe in 2026, we do need to think about. If Stephen and Parks are putting in a bunch of time keeping this up to code, and as things start to progress in other places, we're gonna be having other playground demands. We can't expect this to last us 30+ years.
Well, and is there something that we need to do to look at an option for this port in place geogrid? We're not certain that that's the direction forward. Do we need to?
I think we've directed staff or whoever to keep looking at other options, including ourselves.
Yeah.
Alternatives to that.
Just do some reading, it's fascinating.
It is so, I fell down.
Yeah.
Deep rabbit holes.
Find Alliston.
I found Captain Planet.
Oh my God, I want one. I want to
The Captain Planet Foundation. They have grant opportunities for parks. and
Oh my
such.
God.
Manatees, all right?
Yeah.
Captain Planet,
Community
he's
survey.
a hero.
I know. So it sounds like that we want to move on to
Yes.
this end of the table. Okay. So the next item is community survey.
Not just a community survey. What's that? Tell me. about it.
The next item is the community survey. This is an item that Preston would like to add on there. The last time this was done, what I tell you when I sent you that was,
I don't know, initially you thought.
2009?
In time, but then you said something about 2009.
2009. The last that I could find was 2009.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of community surveys. I mentioned this last year, probably for that, just, you know, gauge resident in on how things are going. Be a double-edged sword. A lot of things
Yeah,
you
you
don't
wanna-
want to. I'm not saying that we need to do this year, but if it hasn't been done in quite some time, I mean, firm believer in learning.
Listening to our public.
Yeah.
And what?
Listening to our constituents.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's important. Yeah. I think this town has evolved quite a bit just in the recent,
Especially since 2009.
especially since 2009, it'd probably be really beneficial at some point.
Okay,
So the next item that we have is the wayfinding plan, the update and the implementation of the plan that I believe came out of the discussions with the business owners on Railroad Street.
Yeah, but
mean on Clinton Street, I think.
there's a 2015 wayfinding thing. that
Right.
Was
That never got
unearthed by that group. And some of the things on that plan were implemented, like the historic pictures on the light poles around town, things like that. But the specific wayfinding, at intersections with saying, Colorado Boy down here, whatever. Those didn't get implemented because of the ongoing challenges with off-premise signage and that. I think we just need to, I think we need to keep this on here. I don't think this wayfinding is a priority. Just because it's apparent that people have forgotten that there's stuff going on Clinton Street as they drive through. I thought we'd been discovered back out of COVID. I don't know, it's a mystery to me why things have dropped off so much this year. I think it's a lot of factors, but it does appear that just the little black and white historic Main Street signs that we gave them an anonymous approval for have actually made a difference. That I've been hearing that people have been saying, I saw the sign and turned on. So,
So,
I think wayfinding is important.
so does that mean,
I don't know, 150,000.
well, I would love, when you come into places and you see signs that like visit our, just like something much more formal, maybe ahead of time, because if we could move it, up the hill as people were coming in, so you have a chance to actually decide that you're gonna turn. Visit our historic Main Street 1 block north, those type of things.
Shops,
Some,
restaurants, gives.
yeah, some of those like,
I don't know if that's legal, like, CDOT standards, but I think we can.
I
They
think-
seem more legal than, because CDOT is not gonna go for Colorado this way.
No, except for, if you look at Ridgway, they have a whole bunch of those, and my understanding is that if they're not able to be seen from a car, if they're targeted at pedestrians, they're okay. But they're small enough that you only see them when you're walking on the sidewalk, and you can't read them from a moving car, necessarily. So that there is a distinction there. If you go to Ridgway, you look at how many little wayfinding signs they have that are business specific on Main Street. But they're really tiny.
so maybe.
So that's it's a weird distinction.
So maybe the big question though for 2025 is, it's the update kind of part of this. It's finding out what we can do, really envisioning a long-term solution, right? Something.
Right.
Because it was lovely. They went and they, designed their signs. I would love to see something long-term that matches the Ridgway branding and styling. But we've got to make sure we do it in an effective way that.
And an allowable way.
Yeah.
Because what CDOT wants you is those not awful TOD, tourist oriented directional signs that are blue or green or gray. That's all they want to allow based on the Highway Beautification Act. And interestingly, Senator Bennett was here this week, met with us to talk about the water issues. And he asked what's else going on. And I brought up, because of the concerns with the local business community in the summer, I brought up this idea of the challenges of having wayfinding signs on a state highway in a town that isn't out in the plains, that the Highway Beautification Act dates from the 60s. It has Lady Bird Johnson's name on it. And it's designed to keep billboards from proliferating in the middle of Iowa, for instance. But it should be a different set of rules within a municipality. And he was fascinated. He was like, I've never heard this from anyone before. He was frantically taking notes on it. So I'm hoping that maybe we can put some pressure on somewhere. I mean, it's a state issue because CDOT is the entity that enforces that. But if you don't know, it's been an issue here for 30, 40 years. Like the Chipeta putting up a sign below the Mountain Market sign just without asking. And so that people would see that the Chipeta was down here, and then CDOT saw it and took it down.
Like
Yeah, and we, at one point, we got some grandfathered in, like there's still some from the Adobe, and they're down by Alpine Bank, or is it down by? There was
It's still there, I think.
Oh, it's still
I think
there.
it's
Yeah.
still there.
That was somehow,
That was grandfathered in before some regulation happened that.
I think it was a size thing. I think it was that we got it in because it was so small, but I don't know.
No,
There-
but
there's
anyway,
so many
it was
pieces.
grandfathered.
So I guess that's part of what needs to happen is we need to figure out what is possible. And as much as possible, getting a representative from our chamber, our business community involved in however this goes down, so that when we're told by CDOT we can't do something, that they've been our partner in it, so it's not town saying we can't do it.
Right.
And then we can find the things that we can do.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm hopeful because CDOT's come a long ways in the last 10, 15 years. They used to be kind of complete black boxing, just like if we say no, it's no. And they've come a long ways and more, appear to be more flexible. So I think finding the right person at CDOT to start the conversation is the first challenge.
Georgetown, Colorado has, like its main street is not at all, does not make sense. And they have very good wayfinding signs.
But
Like,
their main street
They're
isn't a
not
state
that
highway.
way.
that is true. And that's the hard part.
So.
But
And honestly,
they're really,
if you know the history, Telluride bought their right of way from the state, from Society Turn into town. They bought 145.
They were
whole way into
constrained by
town
CDOT.
back in the 80s in order to get themselves out from under all the CDOT rules. Of course, they could afford to do that, but that's a good example.
Do it, they're a dead end.
Yeah, there's.
Right. That was a bit of a
And
big
at
part,
that
right?
point, Silverton bought out theirs, and Penny bought out, there was a period where CDOT was doing that.
They're not gonna do it here.
They're not gonna do it.
But they should look at sections of highway that are within municipalities and they should have separate segments, like maybe they're finally ready for that.
Okay.
Enough on that, sorry.
So our next item is the expand and automation of the restrooms in Hartwell Park.
Thumbs
Talked
up.
about that earlier.
What does it mean to automate? I'm guessing automate means fancy stainless steel fixtures that auto flush and all that.
Came up in the public works discussion.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely need more
Handlers, maybe,
heavy duty fixtures, what?
handler, like the handlers.
Oh, like the hand, the,
Something else.
Handlers would be nice because then you're
thought
not
it
having
was-
like the waste.
I thought it was automation, something different about, I don't.
or is it
Don't
like
listen to me.
opening?
I heard so much that
Are we just, I mean, are we all though on the same page of Hartwell Park? Address bathroom issues?
Yes.
Versus wordsmithing?
Yes, yeah.
This right
Yep.
now?
The next item was new that put in this year, based on staff, Valley Pants and Solar Ranch subdivision. It's not yellow, did you see? Project to be phased by street. I have since then got a number from him. About $100,000 each street. So the total project at whatever point it goes in would be, depending on what costs are at that time, $300,000.
What are the Valley Pants for?
Now, the way that the water runs down creates flooding. Am I getting this right?
So controlling drainage.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know if they were thinking for like speed or something.
No, no,
That's for
no,
drainage.
No,
control.
okay, yeah.
Right in
Um,
front of my driveway, for example, the water will cause.
They're gonna put a huge one in front of Kevin's driveway, about 5
Slow me
feet.
down.
5 feet.
We're gonna preferentially start with Kevin because he gets special
I get it.
privileges as
I
a
get
town
it.
council.
I get a Grand Canyon in front of my house. But I guess the question for council is, do you want me to keep that in 5 year? Or do you want that to go to 10 year? Do you not care?
I really don't.
Okay. Hey, Rhonda, water fund, and
General, suggest that we move Green Street Park master plan going into the 5-year plan from 10.
Yeah, because phases of it would happen.
Yeah. A little update from the SMPA side. We're hiring student and some of them from to reap grants with solar and consolidated solar and she's gonna start to pay as much as 50%. original grant fund that was looking at to put solar in here was exhausted before the end of the Green Street planning process. There's no money left. We got $118,000 to put solar on this engaged roof to connect to the battery and the microgrid, which was, the choice we had to make because we just didn't have the information at Green Street at the time. But the one thing I would suggest is the first phase, if we were to be able to fund it this year or next or whatever, is to do essentially what we're talking about with the athletic park, is fund the construction plan, construction plan document specifically for the trail system. The trails are in there. It could identify the phases of the construction, but it was brought up earlier that the impression was that solar might go in before any of the park goes in. But putting in, I think John was mentioned, is putting in the just the gravel paths might be a great.
Anything we could do to get some actual amenities installed right away.
But the first step is to get the engineering of it. So maybe we could fund 30 or 40,000 this year to fund just the construction plans, just like we're doing at phase 2 in the.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want me to move it to 5-year and put 30,000 towards construction plans?
Because then, once we have that, we can evaluate what makes sense to be done, like whether trails are gonna get disturbed while doing other things, but we can. That hopefully we'll have some phasing ideas for us.
I think it just primarily shows, due diligence and goodwill that we're not just.
Trying to progress.
Yeah.
So
Since they're like, there was a master plan before, you haven't done anything.
Yeah.
Which is true, it is.
And that's all that happens in master plans.
solar array, they would lease that space, that property out of Green Street from the town. So they get lease pay.
Subject to town council.
Thanks, Preston. I like revenue sources.
Does anyone else have anything that they wanted to pull off the 10-year, or we can, when we get to 10-year, we can
Let's
also
talk about
decide.
it. Five-year water fund.
So we're on the 5-year capital improvement projects for water fund. The first 4 items are just carryovers from prior years. The water conservation plan and the basin protection implementation at 25,000, the video inspection of the transmission lines at 57.5. The second river crossing of the lines at 150,000, and the increased storage east of the Uncompahgre at 750,000. Then we added this year an item that you cannot say no to, which is the Beaver Creek diversion
So
project
that's the 10 years.
at $1 million. Bigger than all our funds combined.
Just what we're to do this year.
And that's just in here because it has to be, but I've already made a sheet in the budget for it.
Yeah.
The next 2 items were in there before. That was replacing the 2 modules at the water plant for 150,000.
We do that,
I don't know, did we?
Do what?
I did that right before Dan left, we replaced all the modules. That needs to be something that's in the budget, that we set money, like we do the sludge removal, and we set money aside each year.
Well, yeah.
I saw
we don't
it's
need to
in
do
here
that because
somewhere
we have a
else.
Huge fund, but
Yeah,
I guess the question is, I need to find out if those were replaced.
no, they were replaced.
Oh, okay.
I don't know when Dan left, but it was right before he left.
Do they get replaced often?
Skids.
And
Okay, I'll ask
Joanne,
Chris.
when you say modules, do you mean the skids?
the modules in the skids, I don't know why it says 2 modules. It's the actual filter part,
Oh,
the membranes. They need replaced about every 10 years. 8 to 10 years.
It's been in here for quite a while. Maybe it's just waiting for 10 years to come up.
Yes,
But do you want me to add if that needs to be done this year?
it doesn't need to be done this
Oh,
year,
okay.
so it was done probably 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. Then we have the feasibility study of the micro hydro construction and piping at Ridgway Ditch, which I believe is in the plan for you to do this year, Joanne. Is it?
No.
No,
Can we roll that into the 8 million?
Yeah, we can look at that.
8 million.
I love the
zero,
question.
zero, zero,
You know that in your mind, I don't-
zero.
I mean, it just makes sense.
It does, that's a really good question. It makes no sense.
As we look at
40 grand into.
I
Feels like we're telling her to start throwing her away like that. Roll the tape.
where the road is right against the ditch after you go, as you go into the Wolf's property. Because the road is getting so narrow with the ditch, so you put it in pipe on the road on top. So when we look at that, I don't know if there'll be enough head, depending on the solution that we choose for the 8 million, there may be a little more head.
Well, I mean, one of the things we discussed earlier, I think before you got here, is just the idea that we've always talked about piping as far towards Lake O as we can. And since we're gonna be doing some piping, anything we can do to try to take advantage of economies of scale and other grant money to just, I mean, it makes sense to do more if we can. So, and that's why it just seems like the feasibility study makes sense to be.
Well, and
Yeah,
maybe
I
because
think we can look at the opportunities once we. There needs to be a real comprehensive look at how it fits in your creek.
Right.
That,
Roll the tape.
yeah,
Yeah,
Got it. I just took it off. Perfect, that easy. And one red pen, okay. Then we have added this year, to repair the flow measuring device at Ridgway and Lake O at 50,000. There's the, next item is that truck that we approved earlier, a split between Parks and Water. A, backhoe replacement that we approved earlier, split between 3 funds. And then this has been on there for a while, the anchor site for Wi-Fi connection to water plant.
yeah. Is the connection at the water, I thought we got something done on that. Now, don't we have any decent engineering at the water plant?
also though, if they're doing the ductile iron replacement
Yeah,
and we're digging
that's on
things
the
up,
staff.
if anything needs to be put in the ground.
let's put some
Put it in.
conduit in there, at least, not by itself. Let's talk to Clear Networks about that. When we're doing that for,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, I'm just.
Totally.
No,
You're digging it
when
up.
we tried, when we did the lights along the trail looking for networks, was not good.
Oh,
If
sorry.
they were to give John some kind of, probably recommend to,
Okay,
But should I remove that?
I think that.
Okay.
More or less.
Does anyone else have anything they want to add to this?
I feel like when I get to the water and sewer fund, I'm just like, Joanne, tell me what we need to buy.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I feel.
So the 5-year sewer includes the preliminary needs assessment and design of the treatment plant. That's just a carryover. That's going to be something Joanne's going to try to do again this year. The next 3 items were just carryovers, design and install secondary discharge pipe at 10,000 and emergency. What? No, what, you don't like that number?
No, I
Fix it,
thought, I thought my system too.
I don't know, maybe.
the design and install secondary.
Secondary
It's okay,
discharge
you can
pipe.
just leave it there for now.
I don't
I don't know if it's related, but, just bringing up the discharge pipe, it tends to get, into a gully that's off of the main flow of the river and it
Yeah.
gets all this gross
That was
stuff
what
in
this was supposed to do. It was supposed to take it down to the
Take-
pipe. It goes through sand.
from the big ditch.
Yeah,
Well, it hasn't been done.
hasn't been done. All right.
It'd be great if we could get that done. Because
I'm gonna yellow it.
I've had a number of people
Yeah.
say, what is all that crap? in the river?"
So is 10,000 the right number?
It's not, it's not harm. It's just.
No,
Yeah. but-
Or
but it
15,
seems-
I'm gonna throw 15 in.
Let's throw 15. Something.
Throw it in the 8 million.
Thought it was done years ago.
It's not something we, anyway.
Then we have that emergency generator at 80,000.
Sorry, the pipe, or is it a second district?
No, it would be moving the district.
Yeah.
So it's not secondary, it's
No,
moved
it's
discharge,
moved
okay,
discharge.
okay.
Well, the
Where's the
health
question today?
department is-
Yeah, we don't get CVAT involved.
Okay.
That's what I thought Mike was gonna do, I think we just go.
So we have an emergency generator on here for 80,000. And the fine bubble diffuser system or replacing the aeration at 425,000.
That's been on for more than.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
more time.
that all goes to number one.
What do you mean, number one?
The
When we-
preliminary needs
yeah.
assessment is,
So
so that needs to happen first.
this fine bubble has to happen before the.
No,
Oh,
the other one.
okay,
It depends.
Number one
The
needs to
bubble
happen.
diffuser depends on a need assessment.
I'm following.
What's with the emergency generator? There's one there now.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work. So.
It looks pretty.
Just FYI, the big battery system, they got 2.5 million for, will provide 4 hours of backup for the whole town. So it includes 4 hours of backup for the wastewater treatment plant. So that's at least 4 hours that will happen sooner rather than later.
Okay.
And the reason it's 4 hours is historically, the time to restoration of outages on the Ridgway circuit is around 3 hours historically. It's never exceeded that. So 4 hours is what we chose.
Okay, good to know. Then there's backhoe.
Then we've got the backhoe, which we talked about earlier. The reserves for wastewater treatment plant improvements, we've been setting funds aside out of the holding account to create another holding account just for the wastewater treatment plant improvements. So that's just moving money from one account to the other. And then the biosolid removal we had in this year, but it didn't happen, so we're putting it back next year. Yep.
One quick question, going back to the water, did we do our activated charcoal upgrade? Is that
This year.
We're in the thick of it now.
Okay.
A lot of progress and hope, like, fingers crossed, hoping that we can get done in the next couple of months. That's probably maybe a
Okay.
stretch, but.
Okay, yeah, I
It's
didn't see
happening.
it on here, I knew it was slated to happen.
There's concrete that needs to be poured. There
No,
is,
companies.
that's in there.
Tank is in.
We're waiting.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
It's happening.
Yes,
Slow but sure.
I'm just making sure it was.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's in the 2024 budget.
Okay, awesome.
Anything from anyone before we move on to the 10-year? All right, 10-year. As I said, as we go through these, Preston and I moved some items out of 5-year that were just lingering in there. If you see anything you'd like to move back to 5-year, let me know. The first thing we have is the Dennis Weaver Memorial Park vault restroom facility. Then the Green Street Park, we just moved to the 5-year. We're going to call that construction plans at 30,000. We have Heritage Park plan implementation with visitor center improvements at $1 million. And the Heritage Park ADA restroom.
I think the ADA restrooms definitely should be high up there, but let's chat with Chamber and see what their vibe is currently.
So I don't even know what you guys are talking about, I'm just saying, so you guys so council had talked about moving visitors center here?
No,
No.
we, there was a whole bunch of different, there was a new master plan. For Heritage Park, it looks like Beth is sending it to you right now.
Thanks, because I'm happy to bring it up to them, but I don't know what you're wanting me to bring up.
Yeah.
Since I'm the liaison for that.
What we doing?
Perfect, Beth sends it to me, I'll read through it and talk about it Monday. Let's your back.
And then we have Rollins Park restoration project and in-stream improvements, the dog park.
Do you need to identify the location for a dog park?
Can somebody offer to
Like the back 40.
help fund a dog park?
Locally with, Double RL said that as a birthday present for someone in the Moran Mountain family, they wanted to have a dog park
Pay for the-
donated in their name at their expense or whatever, and they were like, where can we put it? And they wanted it done in like 25 days. And this was like maybe 6 months ago,
Takes that
or something like that. And I was talking with Oakley, and he came to the realization the best way to do it would be to buy a parcel
Themselves.
themselves and then try to figure it out that way. You know, when you find a parcel to.
Okay, so just as long as they're not feeling like we're ignoring them.
No, yeah, I know, I've met them several times.
Okay, good.
I think that one just probably.
Maybe go-
The Elton
They have plenty of other things that they do.
Kevin
Maybe
wants
go
to-
by the property
Kevin
across the
wants to buy it.
street, and we can take part of it.
Yeah, Kevin wants to buy Alvin's property. Put a dog park on there. Sell part of it downtown.
Oh, great, that.
Affordable housing.
We're not taking it.
Better.
What station?
Exactly.
Oh, boy, we're doing good now. It's quarter to
I
three.
think we've got the improved drainage at the park and ride lot at the fairgrounds. Chip and seal, I know some of these are like big, long-term items. Chip seal or hard seal streets throughout town. I mean, that has been on there like forever. Um, Stormwater drainage improvements, expand the middle mile fiber network through the rest of town. And John,
I think you could cross
Preston
that off.
asked me about that, and I said, I don't even remember it. Why that's on
You can cross that off.
there. Okay,
And they have been expanding the fiber.
They have,
network throughout town. Yeah,
it's in the solar-
it's already.
it's in the solar range.
okay, well, I couldn't remember when it went on there. Acquisition of 2 blocks of North Laura Street for right of way.
What?
Oh, the wolf, the other side.
Under
Right,
the-
right.
Oh, yeah.
5-year.
Has there been any further conversation?
Oh,
Not really, I mean, their attorney, can't remember his name, we met with him a couple times in the last year just to kind of keep it
Touch
more of a
base.
resurrected conversation, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of desire on both.
It's really important because Daniel was totally into looking at this.
Right,
And it's his brother, and I'm hoping that India might eventually step into the more active role of father. And she would begin to help him. That's my hope.
But every time we talk about this, I always transition it to, I'm really curious to see Laura Street built out. And I live right there, so I'm biased.
Sure.
But I think having the half width right away is gonna be one of the best things to
Oh, absolutely.
curb speeds on Laura Street. So silver lining, but it would be nice to have.
Well, and I really thought parking was gonna be more of a thing than it seems to have turned out to be. It's really fun. Yeah.
Is, Jack and, Charles, are they gonna pay for that extension of road? Should probably, yeah.
Not to
Not into,
Frederick,
yeah.
not from out of
right,
Frederick, but yeah.
but their portion of it. To be paid.
It's gonna be
Be a
nice,
racetrack.
nice.
Yeah, but it would be nice, we should, I don't know if it's too late, but get some Mesa crossings when we move on, just speed calm devices,
Yeah, I mean, that.
ball outs or speed bumps or whatever,
They're gonna need, yeah.
we need something.
Next.
Next,
The pedestrian crossing over or underpass on Highway 550.
That's only-
Installation of sidewalks throughout town.
But did that one get closer with like the Riverwalk project giving like the little, like the end of it? Did that help?
It could be, yeah. The thought has been that we could go under the highway and here where it starts to go up and. But that's still a long shot.
The Uncompahgre River Bay Trail Extension, doing a partnership to connect Montrose to Uray. That's been on there for like 30 years.
Yeah, these are all pie in the sky for sure.
And expanding in electronic file management. That would be for all the old records to get scanned and put in.
I just saw an advertisement. I saw an advertisement on TV the other day for Legacy Box. You pack up all the stuff and send to them. They did.
I don't think
We can't just pack up, we can't just pack up our documents and send them anywhere. Yes, can't leave them all.
It's a good question though, to see if this thing has.
Some of this
sort
historic,
grant money to take care of stuff.
like,
Maybe
is
the
there,
historic documents, but I never go back to that on far back.
Well, just, I mean, it's more secure to have it scanned and.
Oh, yeah,
electronic.
definitely.
So,
But I can't even get my annual filing done, much less go in and figure out. But I did recently go in the records room and pull all Cap's water documents out, and they're in the vault now, right? Which is
That's not.
a 3-hour firewall. Yeah. So, anything else? Okay, water fund, the water storage tank painting needs to happen again in 2029. The water utility augmentation, to increase reliable water piping. These are all carryovers. Yeah, these are all carryovers. Preset pond improvements in piping at 250, increased capacity by the lake outfalls 400 feet of the 12-inch line, 45,000. Dallas ditch water into Cotton Creek. Extend water mains downtown as needed. That's kind of happening, right, with the ductile iron. Micro hydro construction, develop hydraulic model system, the distribution system, the feasibility study of expansion of the water treatment plant and the expansion of the water.
Should the water storage tank painting technically be on the 5-year plan, since we have to do that in 4.5 years?
Very good. It should.
Just, you know, because it's something we're doing in 4.5 years, it probably should be on the 5-year.
Man,
My math. Just to keep it.
Yeah.
She's starting to get to her school time. So.
Yes, exactly. Both of our brains are just.
Yeah, this is the work.
The five,
yeah, it's all done. It's just.
Okay, I'm like,
they're all,
Yeah, yeah, they're like triple kit on the 5-year one. Yeah, you have to go over the 10-year.
Oh, are you not there, John?
No, we're noticing that the CIP documents 5 and 10 year are double.
Triple,
There's
10 years triple.
Yeah. Oh, I put them in there twice?
No, like the beginning next.
the 3 pages are
Oh,
repeated.
okay.
it's fine, we were just
Yes.
panicking that we had more pages
Yes,
to
I
talk
put them in there
about.
twice. Okay. The 10-year sewer fund is the lift station equipment replacement, upgrading the treatment plant or the treatment system. And Joanne, when loading reaches 80% of approved design capacity, 0.194 MGD and 400 ppd of BOD.
Yep.
Yeah.
That means something to me.
Sounds
like that translates.
And then we have the $7.5 million mechanical wastewater treatment.
What percentage of design are we at?
Not anymore.
I was gonna
It's been in there a long
because you're
time.
adding that what percentage?
Yeah, but we talked to Patrick. But the plan during sleep is cost of 6.
Well, that's.
So,
That's a really big.
and it's a lagoon system. We figured out how to meet the money with it. But yeah, 7 probably 19 million can find. It looks to me like what we're gonna need to do the next year term is not gonna be expensive. It's not.
I didn't think the day would come when we'd have something in the budget that was more than this.
Oh, yeah.
No, and you didn't even get to think about it for a long time, it was just, oh, here you go.
Here you go.
Joanne, you may have answered, because I couldn't hear you. What percentage of loading are we at with treatment plant now?
A year or so ago, we were still in the 50% range,
50.
55.
This is total change, but are we still giving the state samples of our effluent for testing for COVID and stuff like that?
No,
Oh,
no, because we transitioned. We're not, we weren't identified as a plan to do the continuous treatment.
Sampling.
We're on the emergency program.
When things get bad, they'll ask us to sample.
Yeah, that was in the manager's report, like maybe a few months back. We were tapped with the emergency. butchering the verbiage, but
It's okay.
there's only like
Just curious.
some of the big, plants in the Denver area, metro area, are the ones that I think continues.
Sounds good.
Do you see anything else, Joanne, that you want to add on here? In your opinion?
We have some money in the regular budget for doing collection of emissions.
Collection for water?
Waste
Sorry, what?
sewer.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Just like this, you need day-to-day kind of thing, not a big.
Yeah, I think we have more things that we have in the highway. Without the bridge cleanups.
Okay, so like how much? Like 30,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds good.
Okay, we're coming up on 3:00. I know some of us have to leave at 3.
I feel like this happens every year. We get up against the strategic plan and then we're out of time.
Yeah, I think that's a point. I mean, the progress report is in there. We'll review it again. As part of my review, as part of the next few budget meetings, and it'll start informing the 2025 review.
I feel like, instead of saying every year, I assign a homework assignment reviewing this progress report and making sure that you highlight the things that are important to you on there that stand out to you so that we can discuss them as we go forward.
The thing I would like to say is because we have parks parks projects coming up, getting the youth corps involved might not be a bad thing. And also one of the things was social media. Exciting, an administrative assistant.
We have to figure out how to make.
I mean, that's what we design right now.
We like this.
Good meeting, y'all.
Huzzah!
Good.
Hey, I guess.
Go faster than y'all thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of here early.
Look,
He likes riding in the car.
Actually,
He
he said-
really likes it.
that's cool. You're very lucky. Is it?
John, the meeting's adjourned.
Yeah.
Yes, we are doing.
Well, we started just by driving around town.